It is Monday 2026, it's June 22nd, time is 8:51. I'm surprised. I woke up naturally like always. I had to pee and today is cognitive. I can't really see it, but it says 1. Cognitive enhancement, 2. AI studies and repetition and rule AI theory, 3. Production, game studio. I think this is gonna change a little bit. I think production might change on Friday because I did so much product owner there, and kind of that whole day I didn't know what to do, which kind of was nice, but I might be able to use the time better. And last Monday I did never come to production stage. I started working more than 3 hours on cognitive enhancements, and then I worked on AI, and then I never come to production. They are ranked also, so they in most importance. Like most importance is 1, cognitive enhancement. Enhancing cognitive ability is the most important thing to do in this day and age, because of how fast AI is moving. So you gotta learn fast about AI and to keep up and to merge with AI. And then AI studies is to actually keep up with AI using my cognitive enhancement tools to get the studies done. And yeah, I know my calendar is packed with a lot of stuff, but for that, before I go check the calendar, I'm going to do the starting day stuff. Sunlight and ice. It's cloudy and windy. No, it's not cloudy, but it's windy and cold. I'm actually gonna take my own advice from yesterday, and I'll actually go outside and look at the sun. I can't catch the sun from this angle, so I'm gonna go out and look for sun. And when I do that, I might as well do a sun salutation in the sun outside. Because now I've practiced working out so many times in front of the camera that I'm not afraid to do yoga outside. And then I come back in for the cognitive enhancement. No, wait, brew. It shouldn't be the brew first, because it's not gonna brew. I can actually do this. AKG, creatine, and all car and water. That's cool. That's even better. BRB. Do I have a BRB? Be right back. I'm gonna get an image of some icon. I'm gonna improve the zoom a little bit. Sun salutation. Maybe I should pick one of these. This one feels most easy to follow. You clearly have these stages here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, it contains a shell hose. This one does. Here they have different sun salutations. I kind of want to put sun salutation and the sun or something. This one is kind of good. So it's sunny. Boy, this is really morning. Should you really bend like that in that exercise? Backwards? Interesting, it's the same. This might be AI. Or maybe this one is zoomed. No. Probably AI. This almost looks like me. Maybe this is realistic. Do I have to consider copyright to put it on my stream? Do I have to consider copyright of showing all these images on my stream? People do it all the time. I think. Yeah, I'm gonna do maybe this one. Shows everyone. This is not an exercise that I have incorporated into my sun salutation, but it's probably a good one, regardless. I'm not sure if they have open source on this image. I wrote open source here, but I'm gonna ask Gemini. See, I need a copyright free image of some people doing a sun salutation in the sun. It has 3 suggestions. This is not a sun salutation. This is not either. This is the only sun salutation one. iStock photo. Are all these free? It says license all. It's confusing. I also use the English signature, creative license, editorial license. Oh, it's Creative Commons or something like that. Could stand for, oh, wow, a recording. Is this open source? I don't think so. This is not open source. I don't think iStock have. Sure, they are open source. Creative Commons. So I can use them in my stream regularly and preferably a GIF video it's the I guess it's the last Monday of the month. Apparently improving my stream is more important than Godot. This looks a bit off. It's got the uncanny valley effect. I want a real person in it. Survey open source yoga loops. Sponsor third royalty-free videos. They are meditating. This is a whole yoga session. This is clouds. This is nice. Nice. This is not a sun salutation, but stretching in the sun. Shyly pose. Plank, downward dog. "23 seconds. Maybe the sun salutation is not the right thing for this climate. It's a bit cold. I guess I'll have to settle for an image, but Pixabay is good. Also, there was no sun salutation there. I'm pretty sure, like, how does it know that this is open source? Probably don't. What? This is it. This is the image, or is it video? I could record myself actually doing it outside. And I would only need to do it once, and then I can put it on the stream. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep this looping here. Okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna go to Pixabay and sun salutation. I guess and open source. And what's the one with the numbers? Where's the one with the numbers? Here I've got Wikipedia. Oh, this one is on Wikipedia. Oh, that's the sun salutation. That's pretty neat. What? There was something appearing here in the middle, wasn't there? Or was that me hallucinating? I gotta check that because that was weird. I think I just had a small hallucination, or it was something that happened on the screen. Yeah, I knew it. I was probably hoovering a link. Like this, or this. Or some kind of gonads or something. These pectoral muscles. Gotcha. Posters. Yeah, that's cool. Maybe I should read this today. Maybe this is my cognitive enhancement, what I should read. But I have a lot of suggestions on my Google Calendar on what to do. I'll just keep this Wikipedia article open. And then I'm gonna go record myself doing a sun salutation using my video recording device, my phone. Do I check training? BRB. Oh. Back. I also have this. I got it for 100 crowns or something from Timo, so I can just put my phone here, and it has a stand. It's not that tall, but it's like the basic stuff. There we go. Did a recording. There it is. I would have preferred to have more downward angle, but because now it's straight in front of the house, it's not a perfect video, but done is better than perfect. It was great. It was great. It was a bit chilly, but it was great. I could have done more, but I kind of wanted to do more, but I also wanted to save that, or like, I don't know, I can't explain it. Just one was the best amount this time. Now let's see if it has uploaded to my photos. No, it has not. There's a problem with my Wi-Fi. Strange. Okay. It was just slow to connect. The image is uploading. No, the video is uploading on Google Photos app. And it should pop up. It's taking a while. The video is 2 minutes 32 seconds. That's a good indicator. Sun salutations take roughly 2.5 minutes, including travel time to and back from camera. I guess while it does that, I can do the next thing to get my drink. cognitive enhancement drink. Oh. Videos uploaded. I got my clothes on. I'm gonna put in the how much time should I spend on improving the stream with a little video I made? Well, I think what I'm gonna do is maybe I'll see if I can just add the video as it is. 364.7 megabytes, that's quite a lot actually. And for my computer, I wonder where I'll put it. I guess I'll put it in the videos folder, if I have a videos folder. I have a videos folder. Perfect. And that is where I shall put it. I want to cut it into pieces, but okay, and now we're gonna see if we can add it. Add it to my stream here. Media source should be media source, VLC video source. No, that is a program. This is actually sun salutation. And then find it here, loop it. I don't see it there, but cool. That was easy. That was easy. Damn. I'm gonna make a new, or should I make a new? Should I just have it like here? Yeah. Where's the video? Like that. I just have it there. When I go in to it, there it is. Go back with one leg. Okay, well, the ground was cold and with sticky. No, not sticky. There were sticks. So I wanted to find a good place for the foot, and I kind of got a good bed there, I think. And then we got downward dog. And then I add these two to the sun salutations, leg up once. And then to downward dog. No, upward dog. And then back to downward dog. And then to that one, whatever that's called. And this stretch is nice. The arm stretching out to the side. And going up. And ending. And then I go back. And then I loop it. Oh, I even pick up the camera and that's funny. Okay, I'm just gonna keep it like that. That's done. I think you all also got the sound there. I didn't hear the sound. I don't have any speakers or headphones, but the stream got the sound. Great, I've got my clothes on. What else? Make bed, and then share stream. It's windy today. This is the most important part of making the bed. Getting rid of all small particles and crumbs. This really changes the niceness of going to bed. It's the most important part. And this is how I make my bed. At least during the summer. There we go. Like so. Like, you gotta stop at some point to not develop some kind of like OCD. Like every little wrinkle has to be smoothed it out. Now, the last part is sharing the stream. Oh, this one should not be here. And it's still here. Okay, good. Oh, apparently I'm sharing it X first now. Monday, cognitive enhancement and AI studies. That's like the main. Do I have something to say, something specific? Because I have, in order to say something specific, what I'm going to do, I need to prioritize, I need to run the prioritization. And there are a lot of things here. Oh, this is a business idea. We put that on Sunday. A study chat. This is the study chat that I use. Check chronotype. I remember last time that this did not kind of apply for me since I was sleeping 12 hours, but now I'm sleeping much less. I woke up like basically 9 o'clock today, and I went to bed at 2 o'clock, so I only slept 7 hours. Which is confusing for me. I'm not gonna check my chronotype. I'm just gonna accept my whatever chronotype I have. Cleaning protocol. Questions regarding how lung deals with the dust. This might be a small task to check. Improve move through the day protocol. Yeah, reviewing move through the day. That might be what I will focus on mainly. Stretching in bed before day begins. That's a good thing also. It could be implemented as a habit. Move things in corridor into wardrobes. Yeah, this will take just 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Myopia exercises. This one is tough to get into habit because there's something in me that just, I don't know when I should do this, and I don't know if they work. It's it needs a lot of unpacking to actually get into the habit. It needs design, habit design from Atomic Habits. I'll probably look at this Nate Herc video on AI loops. Yeah, this one is good. It's good that I sent this in here yesterday. Neck neurology health. That's also interesting. Your neck when you sit by the computer is in danger. Priming work for golden hour. Oh yeah, that's my habit of priming my work for work after eating. But yesterday I did not work after eating because I was working all day For more than 12 hours. I woke up, I worked for 12 hours, and then I continued to working off stream until it was time to bed, and that's when I ate. So there was no golden hour kind of situation yesterday. Protocol 2, new session with chat. Oh, this is the cognitive enhancement protocol that I can potentially improve. And then production tasks. And I think we're gonna move this to Fridays. Do I have any recurring things on Monday? Just AS study and cleaning protocol. How is the state of the dust? Yeah, it's there are some surfaces that have become dusty in a week. Last week I was dusting that. Preferably you would have a air filtering device that just filters these particles from the air. Yeah, I don't know what I will do today, but what is something that I for sure know? Yeah, I think I will use my priority method. Since I have a lot of tasks here to do, I will use one of my prioritization principles, which is to get rid of tasks as fast as possible, doing things that has to be done. I think that's maybe, or I could, that's something that could be very good to learn, because I noticed that yesterday, that learning prioritization is not just when you're prioritizing tasks. It's actually useful in any kind of professional situation, because every second you must choose what to do, what to focus on. And in order to be efficient and be a professional, you need to prioritize things that are useful work. Like, instead of thinking, start like talking about some getting distracted by something, or you get an idea about something that you can talk about, and you feel like talking about it, but it doesn't fit in the overall kind of professional thing that you're doing. Priority studies. Principles. Yes, I want to create my own priority principles. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do today. Didn't I write Monday cognitive enhancement day, AI studies, and creating
prioritization principles. That's today. Who is Jesus? That's how it starts. And then you get into the... That's pretty funny. Then I'm gonna share to Facebook. Whoa, do you see that? Wait. Cool. And then LinkedIn. And then I actually, it's similar to the X post. Well, okay, now it's connected. This time it's connected properly. I don't know if they're removing blueprints from Unreal Engine. Maybe because of AI. Did someone... I did the sharing. Did someone react to something? I got 39 views on my post yesterday. It was the first time I was posting about this Tistou TV. He has reacted. Patrick. I don't know him personally, but he made a thumbs up. Could have added the weekly schedule into the post today as well. Like this could be a template. Okay. The stream is shared now. And now I'm gonna go into priority. I could have, like, I could use my stream as both a kind of memory, a working memory situation. I can put things directly on the stream. Or what I'm actually doing. But if I change, because I have had this method and this method worked well. The starting is done now. But I could have something stand under as a text here or something. I probably spend most of my time in this view. So I could have over my head a piece of text that says whatever I'm focusing on, like the main subject, and that's something that would change. I'll try that out. I don't think it's the right thing, but I'm gonna. Okay, subject. What is the subject? Priority protocol. Creating priority protocol. Version 1. Then it's on there on the stream. It's not on this view though. So I should probably add the same source. This is great. Should I put it up here or? It kind of, the whiteness makes it not really show. Let's just put it there. Now we have really cool alignments. Yeah. Not protocol, principles. Well, it might become a protocol. But the first important thing is priority principles. I'm just gonna make video it's larger. Okay. Let's get to work. I wonder if it should be in my personal drive. I think so. Is it in Essential Life Skills? Where should I put it? No, I think it's gonna get its own folder. Priority principles. I think it's a very central thing. Tistou TV. Prioritization is surprisingly elemental to all professional work. You can prioritize what life journey you should take, and you can prioritize every second, and you do actually. You do. Not you can, you do. If you have made a choice. Okay, you can. You don't have to do it. But you do prioritize every second. During any minute, you make several decisions on what sentences to say, either consciously or subconsciously. Should I say unconsciously or subconsciously? I'm gonna go on to that sidetrack because I've been thinking about that a lot. I feel like there's not a word. In the human brain, we have a bunch of networks that we don't use to generate language or images or anything into the conscious mind. Should I call this the unconscious mind or subconscious mind, or what terms do we have established in the field? Yeah, they carry psychological bias, imply a hidden repressed entity. Instead, the field has established processes to describe neural networks and processes that run below the level of conscious awareness. Non-conscious, cognitive unconscious. This is the most standard neutral umbrella term in cognitive science. It refers to the massive array of background computations like motor control, sensory filtering, and syntactic processing that are structurally impossible to bring into conscious awareness. I think we gotta reclaim, like we gotta get rid of these guys. Because we need some easy term to talk about this, because this is gonna be something that we need to say often now during the AI age. At least I use it often. Pre-conscious. Information that is not currently in your conscious awareness but can be brought into it. Okay, it's not quite. This is a subcategory of what I'm thinking about. Subliminal. That's kind of good. Subliminal. Sensory inputs that triggered neurons. Yeah, it has this other connotation. That it's about sensory inputs. But I'm not talking specifically about sensory inputs. I'm talking about intermediate networks. I would say subliminal messages enter your subconscious mind, and maybe they enter the conscious mind, and that means the message is not subliminal anymore. Supraliminal. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, it talks about the signal. Subliminal signal, supraliminal signal. You make several decisions on what sentences to say, either supraliminal or subliminal. automatic, implicit. Implicit, it's still, I feel like that's still something that you can feel, that you can have your unconscious mind. Because explicit is like what you say, and like body language, you can do that consciously. Like maybe, well, you can do that consciously, but implicit, I say implicit things in my book is something that is in the conscious mind, even though you cannot put words on it, but it's tied to subliminal. Non-conscious, pre-conscious, that's when it choose. That's something that could. Feeling of your feet on the floor, the name of your first pet before you read this sentence. Yeah. Implicit for implicit for me has to be the opposite of explicit. I guess I'll say the non-conscious. The non-conscious. But this is kind of good though, a hidden repressed entity. Like, because repressed might, I haven't read Freud or Jung, so I'm not sure. But subconscious can be seen, the non-conscious can be seen as a repressed entity, in the sense that it is not allowed to enter the conscious mind. So it is like it's a different part of you that has a different, doesn't have the exact agenda as you, as your conscious mind. It's still part of you, but repressed really brings a notation that you're cognitively repressed. I think there are definitely non-conscious networks in the brain that are not repressed at all, that are just firing freely, that still are non-conscious. So I guess we'll say non. I'll try to adopt non-conscious. Consciously. Adapting and improving your ability to prioritize will might improve many areas of your life. It is a leverage task to get good prioritization, at least when it comes to efficiency. The risk with adopting this, the risk with practicing the same set of prioritization principles is that you as you get faster and more efficient to prioritize, you also push the decision also let the responsibility become more and more non-conscious. This means that you will use the same system. How do I say it? I feel like I'm beating around the bush or something. As a new system, this has two negative effects, or not negative, two risky effects. One is that the principles are forgotten from the conscious mind, which leads to the inability to audit and be agile, to make break inability agile to unique situation where your system is not the best. The second is that that actually is the two. I think that is the two things that I was thinking about. One is that the principles are forgotten from the conscious mind, which leads to the inability to audit. Secondly, I came up with another thing. Secondly, this means that you need to there is a risk that you cannot explicitly say why communicate. That's the problem. Why make a certain prioritization decision? The risk with practicing the same set of prioritization principles is that as you get faster and more efficient to prioritize, you also let the responsibility become more and more non-conscious. This has two risky effects. One is that the principles are forgotten from the conscious mind, which leads is that as let's put a comma there. It's easier to read, I think. One is that as the principles are forgotten from the conscious mind, which leads to the inability to audit, that sentence is weird now. One is that as the principles are forgotten from the conscious mind, the ability to audit and be agile to unique situations let's split this up. One is that as the principles are forgotten from the conscious mind, the ability to audit it slowly dissolves. Secondly, this also means that it's more unlikely you are agile and can adapt to unique situations where your system is not the best. Thirdly, this means that there is a risk that you cannot communicate why your non-conscious in the same way it's certain, because it's in the like just make it easy like that. To mitigate this non-conscious risk, I suggest to regularly rehearse and audit, to both have the principles written down and audited. So that you also create a habit auditing to some degree. Regularly audits them. I suggest having the principles written down and to regularly audit them, so that you also create a non-conscious habit, prioritization habit of auditing there we go. Prioritizing auditing principles to some degree. Something like that. That's the intro to the priority principles, and then as I get ideas I will incorporate them here. Prioritized list of principles. So much prioritization happening all the time. Prioritized list of principles. There it is. Why not prioritize them? 1. What do we start with? Actually, let's just have a list of principles. I don't know if they are prioritized or not at this point. One. Remove the first trigger, like the first trigger. You have too many tasks. At once. Problem trigger. You have too many tasks at once. If you have, example, if you have 100 completely different tasks, let's just say different tasks, and you need to find the best, top task. You your working memory might be full just thinking about 10 tasks, which makes it impossible to compare each task towards to each other. Thus, the solution, creating task 101. Lessen the load on core working memory. Solution. Is it a task or the priority, the principle of lessen the load on working memory. Priority in this case is to get rid of tasks. Get rid of tasks. To get rid of tasks. Is it based on time? And you want to do it as fast as possible? One suggestion the priority in this case is to get rid of tasks until prioritization can occur, until more prioritization principles until more intelligent person can happen. Action. List the time it takes on each task and do the task that takes the least amount of time until you have few enough tasks to use other prioritization. To use more intelligent prioritization. I kind of should explain what more intelligent prioritization is. But the idea is that instead of saying explicitly that you can use priority principles, I just wanted to say that you can use higher quality prioritization. Terms. Higher quality prioritization. Lower. High. Using more resources is higher. Using more mental resources is higher quality prioritization. It can mean using more principles or using non-conscious ways that cannot be put into words or described as principles. Can I have an indent, permanent indent? Oh, I didn't know that. Control tab to change tab. Okay, good. Now we have I've added a terms part here, or concepts. These documents are elementary. Like, I try to be as elementary as possible. This document aims to be more elemental than practical methods like SWOT, or etc. The aim of these principles are to work independently from each other and can be used to get better at SWOT, but also get better at very fast prioritization. Very fast, non-conscious prioritization. This set priority principles this is one principle I've been thinking about. I have a bunch of others. Okay, good. This is a good start. I think this is good. This is a good start. This is what I aim to do. I actually have one thing I wanted, like I was thinking of, I'm gonna add one more principle to this list of principles, and I'm gonna use those two principles to prioritize this set of tasks. Problem trigger. This is more, I don't see the problem yet on this one, but the idea is that you only prioritize one task at a time. So I don't know what the problem trigger is. And I don't know what the example is. I only know what the solution is. Principle of laser focus, solo laser focus, solo focus, solo focus, monofocus. The principle of all in. The priority in this case is to only choose one priority and not create a list of priorities. Priorities. Priority in this case is to only choose one priority, one task. One single task, and not create a list of priorities. You keep your working memory free from what you will do after this task is done. It pushes the prioritization work for the coming tasks to forward time. After you attempted the all in task, all in. I call it all in because it like in poker, when you go all in, you put all of the chips, all of your working memory on one single task. That's good. Put all your chips, working memory chips, resource chips on one single task. You put all the working memory resource chips. I kind of like the idea of just having a list of principles, even though some principles are generally considered bad, because this highlights, this brings to the conscious mind that a lot of people are using this all-in principle. Oh, I just got a sidetrack here idea. that people who play poker and have the method of going all in often, or like they have that as something like a non-conscious principle, that they feel the room and then suddenly I know what I should do, I should go all in, and then they just go all in. And if that person often do that, they probably use that priority principle as well in poker as in other situations in life. And if you bring this, if you talk about this as a principle, just objectively, not saying if it's good or bad, then you just say, okay, it's easy for someone to say, I do that, I use that principle. And then suddenly you have brought from your non-conscious your system of prioritization into the conscious, and you can audit your own priority principles. So it's that kind of thing. Maybe I should, yeah, audit. Why is it? Really it is. Non-conscious. Audit. Conscious. This list of principles contains not only contains principles that in many cases would be considered bad or reckless, but they are just principles. By having a description of a principle that as many principles as possible, we make it easy to audit non-conscious principles. If we read about a principle that we haven't thought of for a long time, we might trigger, we might feel a sense that we are actually doing that principle. A state of enlightenment occurs, and the previous conscious principle is now in the conscious, in the conscious mind. You can now audit the use of your principle. There it is.
I gotta change my window doorstop, upgrade it to a new version. No, not upgrade it, but recharge it. There we go. Oh, I actually have to make it slightly smaller. Shorter. I have to make it slightly shorter. Easy, I can just fold it in on itself. Works pretty well. I can never close the window completely because I have an internet cable going through there. Since they haven't fixed internet for the whole building yet, just parts of it. Okay, now I have two principles. I want to put it like that. Principle of all in. When should the principle of all in be done? What is the problem? It's when you need it's basically when you maybe for brainstorming. Maybe for brainstorming. Pushes the prioritization work from the coming tasks forward in time. After you attempted the all-in, what was I going to write? After you attempted the all-in task. Yes, I wanted to be redundant and say this in two ways. After you attempted the all-in task, you then have no tasks. No tasks. And can prioritize. And have to.
and have to. Have to. Really? After you attempt have attempted the all-in task, you then have no tasks in prioritize again. The opposite would be several tasks. The principle of the, what's the opposite of all in? This is gonna be great. Like once if I have 3 examples like this, then I can just give it to AI and say, AI, can you fill in the rest? Can you fill in all the principles that you can ever think of? That could be cool. But you gotta get it started, I think. That's definitely an administrative task that I will automate using AI. The principle, what should we call it? Principle of priming list. Principle of priming. This is the opposite is opposite of the principle of all in. Maybe we put that last. First we focus on the priming, and then that's just a piece of clarity that comes later. Two, I felt like it was we. We have one, create one or more, add one or more tasks. We add two tasks or more. So that when risky need to reprioritize if the result to the first task is unexpected or something unexpected happens. That's a risk. We prioritize 2 tasks or more that will be done after the current task. No, we don't. We make a prioritized list of 2 or more tasks, so that when we start doing the first task and we are primed, then we do the second, etc. This means that our non-conscious mind is primed, so that we have the coming tasks in non-conscious working memory. The coming tasks are selected process by the non-conscious while we work on the current task. Uses up a piece of memory. By having the task, the coming task, primed tasks, primed, we naturally don't need to prioritize when a task is done. We can quickly move to the next task. We can more quickly move to the next task. Since there is no pause to prioritize, or there's no pause to prioritize. Prioritized lists. Less pause. Risk. Over planning risk. Actually, before that, overthink. Might try to prioritize a lot of tasks. We might be tempted which will like exponentially increase the effort to prioritize. It might lead to overexertion. How do you spell that? Overexertion? Exertion? Is that a word? Why if that's a word, why didn't it suggest that before? It might lead to overexertion, and not context overflow, working memory overflow. I have created a term in AI I call context overflow, which is when an AI gets a context that leads to a bad result, and the solution is to divide the contexts into several parts in one solution. Now I want a term for when this happens to a human. Specifically, when a human tries to prioritize a large set of tasks. So much so that a human cannot create a good full set of prioritization, full list. Full prioritized list of these tasks. And one solution is to, I don't know, there are several solutions. Give me extended thinking. Existing psychological and productivity terms: choice overload, paradox of choice, a cognitive impairment when an individual struggles to make a decision or rank items when faced with too many options. Task paralysis, a state of executive dysfunction where the sheer volume of tasks overruns the brain, causing it to freeze instead of organizing or executing. Analysis paralysis, overthinking a structured problem, like ranking a list, to the point that no decision progress is made. Yeah, these are three different terms. They are very similar. If you want to establish a new term that directly correlates to your AI concept, here are the most precise linguistic fits. Priority overflow. The exact human equivalent. It occurs when the number of variables, tasks, exceed the human working memory capacity, typically 7 plus 2 items, causing the brain's ranking mechanism to crash. This is great. 7 plus 2 items. Plus minus 2 items. So 5 to 9. Cognitive QJAM, a breakdown in the brain's internal scheduling algorithm. Cost. This is great. What research do we have regarding the 7 plus minus 2 items? I'm happy that the AI didn't write longer than this. Cognitive QJAM, a breakdown in the brain's internal scheduling algorithm caused by an oversaturated backlog. Salience saturation. Salience is the neurological process of determining what is important. Salience. I never used that word. Salience refers to the state or quality of being particularly noticeable, important, or prominent. To leap. Something with salience literally leaps out at you. Okay. Leaping outness. The leapingness. Leapability. Salience. It's basically like novelty. Salience refers to how much a stimulus stands out and grabs your attention relative to its surroundings. Novelty, on the other hand, refers to how new, unfamiliar, or unexpected something is. While novel things are usually salient, salience is a much broader concept and can apply to familiar, operating, or even emotional charged stimuli. Yeah. So novelty is a subcategory of saliency. Novelty is a subcategory of saliency. It's not a subcategory of saliency, rather they are conceptually distinct. I would say it is. In order for something to be novel, it must be salient. But in order for something to be novel, it must be salient. But something can be salient and not novel. Okay, it says something can be novel without being salient. How can something be new without standing out? Is it a news page where everything is new? I guess. Low saliency, high novelty. Imagine walking into a kitchen and finding a single tiny grey pebble on the counter. What do you mean? What? Your example of low saliency and high novelty is garbage. A small, dull, silent pebble becomes salient by being distinct from its surrounding. Saliency must be a combination of the environment and the item. You can't say that a bright yellow light is salient if it is in a bright yellow light environment. Getting frustrated. But I think I still understood. I still agree. But I have my own. It's something can be. Wait a minute, it said something other here. The detection order. In this scenario you might miss the pebble at first because its saliency is low. But the moment your eyes pass out, your brain registers a novelty. Saliency about physical contact. Okay, I kind of agree with that. It's just that you should have added that here. Because you don't start with fighting it. If you find it, it must be salient. Physical contrast versus statistical and historical contrast. Okay. Saliency is spatial contrast. It is calculated purely by comparing an item to its immediate neighbors right now. Okay. In computer vision and neuroscience, a saliency map looks at differences in orientation, color, luminance, and motion in a single snapshot. Novelty is temporal contrast. It is calculated by comparing an item to your past history. It requires a memory trace. Okay, better example. Imagine you own a uniform fleet of 100 delivery vans. Every single van is identical, a specific shade of matte gray, the exact same size and completely silent. The environment, you're standing in company parking lot. I can just sense that this is a bad example, which is filled with 50 of these matte cars. The test: 50 first identical matte drives in and parks. The result: saliency 0. The unique one does not stand, has no color. Novelty high. To you, the observer who knows the fleet, the specific vehicle is novel. It is a new addition. It represents a change in history. That's a pretty good example, actually. But I still feel like this is a form of saliency. Memory saliency. Yeah, okay, that's completed with that sidetrack on salience. Now back to finding a term for this, and this becomes a hard task because these are 6 different words, and that is 7 plus minus 2 items. So how do I prioritize which of these words I'll use? Overthinking risk. We might be tempted to prioritize a lot of tasks which will exponentially increase the effort to prioritize. May lead to overexertion. Here we can put all the terms. Choice overload. It is choice overload. It might lead to choice overload. Let's put these terms in here. Just jam them in here. Done is better than perfect. Choice overload, task paralysis, analysis paralysis. State of executive function where the sheer volume of task overwhelms. Now I'll stream for 2 hours and 25 minutes. I'm gonna do a movement. I haven't reset my micro movement protocol, but that's fine. (11:17). So we'll call this the 11th. Neck car is the suggestion. But before that, I'm gonna make my second cognitive enhancement mix, the brew. I feel kind of cold. I think I'm not gonna do neck car. I'm gonna do something where I get warm. Or yeah, I'm gonna do neck car and then do something to get warm. I've done this before, these are pretty simple. But it actually it's not super simple. I'm gonna listen to it. I cannot share the sound because of copyright. I'm gonna listen to big space music. Where do I have big space music? Here we have space music. Actually, it's this one. Done with the neck cars. Now back to priority principles. Might lead to choice overload. The principle of priming. I might divide the principle of priming with principle of listing or something like that. Choice overload, paradox of choice. Okay, to parent where an individual struggles to make a decision or rank items when faced with too many options. Task paralysis is a state of executive dysfunction where the sheer volume of tasks overwhelms the brain, causing it to freeze instead of organizing. Analysis paralysis, overthinking a structured problem, like ranking a list, to the point that no decision or progress is made. Task paralysis. Analysis. Analysis. With the other ones, priority overflow, priority overflow, this music is kind of good. Cognitive cue jam, a breakdown in the brain's internal scheduling algorithm caused by an oversight. Tell me more about cognitive cue jam. And then salience saturation. Interesting. There might be a stepwise, like priority overflow, choice overload. There's probably a priority, like how they lead to each other, because they're quite a little bit different. So yes, saturation, and all these terms are listed up here. Okay, let's go into research regarding 7 plus minus 2 items. The origin, Miller's law. Human cognitive ability. Miller's Law, 1956. Cognitive psychologist Jörn A. Miller published the foundational paper, The Magical Number 7 plus or minus 2, Some Limits on Our Capacity of Processing Information. He identified 2 distinct phenomena. Gemini seems to be doing this problem sometime. I think it has a rag space for this concept, distinct phenomena. And Gemini intends to say that he identified 2 of these distinct phenomena that share this limit, but the Gemini also associates this term to this, or this meaning or the purpose to the word distinct. So it's like a distinct phenomena. It doesn't realize that this concept is included in this concept. So it adds on. It's happened before. Happened yesterday. Anyway. Absolute judgment limits the human ability to accurately differentiate between variations of a single stimulus. I want to create like a superhuman school. I want to create a superhuman school. You learn like these super essential elemental things. You just become a superhuman. And you learn about all of the things that is about mental health and body health, because body health is extremely tied to mental health. It's the foundation where your mental health lies. So it's like 2 things in my school, in my new school, in my Jörn Super Intelligence School, where you reach super intelligence. We have 3 tracks. One track is to expand the health space, where you think about how you in general improve the health of the body, which makes it possible. It's great if you create the health of the body, you can improve the space where your mental health can grow. And then the second track of the school is growing the mental health inside of this space that the body limits. So then you focus on growing your mental health and intelligence in this space to become biologically as intelligent as possible. And then we have the third track, which is the hardware enhancement or AI enhancement layer, where you use AI and you use technology as a tool to get artificial intelligence. And those are the 3 tracks of Tistou Super Intelligence School, or Jörn Super Intelligence School. Okay, there's a limit. Absolute judgment limits. The human ability to accurately differentiate between variations of a single stimulus. Distinction between 10 different audio pitches drops off sharply when the number of categories exceeds 7. That's interesting. So I'm guessing you hear 10 different sounds that have different pitch. And then you have to say which one you have to differentiate some way. Then we have memory span limits the average number of random unrelated items like digits or letters a human can recall in order immediately after hearing them is roughly 7. I just noticed we have a 4th track in my super intelligence school. I'm just gonna make a document for that for fun. This is artificial superintelligence, but I don't have human superintelligence. And in general superintelligence. Tistou superintelligence school. Now it is created. Grow your health. So you can grow your brain health. Learn new tools so you can merge with AI. Before tracks. Grow your health space in order to be as intelligent as possible. Your body overall, your overall body health sets the limit on how intelligent your mind can become. Biological mind can become. We focus on general health. So the cells in the body and the overall system is running smooth and sustainable. Smoothly, comfortable and sustainably. grow your brain, grow your biological intelligence. Well, biological intelligence. We expand our biological intelligence to utilize all the body health. Resources that come with your health space. To every corner of your health space. We use, the focus is intelligence foundation. Health. Space. Focus on intelligence, health, exercises and nutrition, general cognitive enhancement without specific mental frameworks. We don't focus on, we improve our intelligence in the most fundamental way. Without creating any mental models. Nutrition, exercise, environment, learn mental frameworks. Learn mental tools to increase intelligence, power, something like that. Explore mental models, frameworks, create habits and behaviors that serve as tools to solve mental conscious or solve mental problems. Merge with AI, or merge with software, or augmented intelligence, or artificial intelligence. Well, it is, I don't know. Let's have, yeah, let's, we're gonna normalize these concepts, or look at it in an objective way. We learn to use software to enhance our intelligence. Use tools to aid working memory, analyzing, intelligent tools. levels. They are 4 tracks because you can, or there are levels, but they are 4 tracks and levels. I want to draw an image. This is an example of an intelligent tool. Like this, merge with intelligent technology. Because I have great health, I have enough biological intelligence space. I have to add space there. Biological intelligence space, 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 biological mind. Space, okay, good. It's important to distinct, or is like a potential. Track. Besides the potential, the next track. Limits. That's not positive way of thinking. Shows the potential. It is important to distinguish biological intelligence and biological intelligence space. The space is a general space. It is more general, intuitive, primitive, acts as a more like fertile soil for intelligent to grow. The biological intelligence also contains the mental tools which are chosen depending on the goals we want to reach. There are no goals. Specific goals of the biological intelligence space. Is different. It contains space and mental tools which chooses depending on the goals you want to reach. specific. Practical. Something like that. Something like that. When we, this is not wrong, this is just not formulated in the way I want. When we use our merge with intelligent, when we use our merged intelligent, when we use our merged intelligent technology, outsource intelligence. It is not our intelligence. It is not that a piece of intelligence is our or not. It is more or less ours. With every track, we gradually outsource our intelligence through delegation to a smarter system. Each of the 4 tracks is a system. Each system builds on the previous one. Each system is dependent on the previous ones and is limited by the previous one. Each system is both smarter than the previous one and more dependent than the previous one. That's fragile. Or it can be said that there is less some point centers in space collectively are smarter than all of humanity combined. That it can sustain itself better than any human can. When humanity, if humanity stops giving orders to this, stop being the ruler, these AI data centers the data centers has access to all processes to create and maintain it might exist for a long time, maybe forever. There is, however, a metaphor that says that this system might not live long. Metaphor is how the human life is shortened when the more primal systems of the human, the emotional systems of a human stops working. Without emotions, there is no formation of a goal. There is no driver in the human to work towards a goal. Kind of depression, kind of apathy. Apathy. Apathy like this. Kind of maximum apathy like this leads to the death of the human. There might be something similar regarding AI. It depends on how it is made, but regardless, human in the merging process will change the human. Nothing that speaks against the human abandoning previous tools if the AI can supply them. Think of the make this movie. A human does not need most of the body and can discard all parts except the brain. Theoretically, this is extreme forms of merging with AI. a simple example of that shows that humans adapt, get dependent on technology is the change to the human by keeping a mobile phone at them at all times. I don't know if that has changed the biology or how it has changed the biology. Use of glasses. Computers, mobile phones. Let's finish there. Almost. Often, should I say that? Can I claim that? Probably. Something like that. I want to make this into heading. No, not number 1, number 2. And then we can do this. What? Track 1. I want to say there are tracks, track foundations. Each track can be worked on. Simultaneously. You can work on each track. You can change what track you work on depending on what you need. You only focus on growing your health space. You can do that all your life. And thus never develop the other tracks at all. Oh yeah, the image. I forgot about the image. It's gonna be like a triangle. Nice. And I don't never like this color that it uses. That's nice. And then we'll try to divide into 3 kind of equal parts. No, 4 equal parts. What was the color it shows? Third one. That one might. Good. And then we'll make one up here. Super. put, let's make them thinner, or maybe transparent. There we go. Growing your health space. Change the background color to something. Grow your health space. We want to encourage people. Grow your biological intelligence space. I want it to be the same. Gotta have one arrow here, and one arrow here, and one arrow here. One arrow here. Should we have them at the same? If I save it and close, can I edit it? It's better to make it get the information now. Edit. Cool, perfect. Mental tools. Learn mental tools. Merge with intelligent technology. And we're gonna need watercolor now, but we might have something easy like that and make it that's too thick. That's cool. I kind of want to show like how this the growth. Let's remove this for a second up here, and then make a copy of that one. And then make sure that the top one can fit. and then make the other ones the same size. Then we use this as a measure stick to say where we need to put this one. It's gonna be at the back. It's gonna show align them a bit. And then I want to edit a bit here. I'm gonna move that one, move this one up to this point. Oh yeah, I was thinking of using it. That's why I wanted it. Put it up here. That's good. Now I need to cover this space. Maybe a square is a good tool. Transparent background. Put it there. And send that one to back. And then this triangle send to back. Now this can change color to that color. Kind of looks a bit strange there. Might need to make this one thicker. That's starting to look good, but I prefer to have some kind of different kind of color to the expansion. Or maybe this is good enough. But these ones you change. Well, I guess we can remove that part. And now we can move this here. Pushing. I'm trying to show that you're pushing your boundaries. You're expanding your space. Like that. Grow your health space from this to this. Grow your biological intelligence space from this to this. Learn mental tools. You're going. Merge with intelligent technology. feel like this triangle should be all of this and not that one. Should be sent to front. No. This one should be sent back. But we need to edit things a bit now. So we can see, there we go. And then we make this one a bit longer. Like that. And this will be large. And these ones, they're all there. What? Why can't I? But I kind of want to have this triangle in a different color, a lighter color, to show that it's kind of, you're pushing your boundary in that direction. But it does change. We have to go back to dividing this into several parts. So we'll just do that. To what color was that? The green one. And then we'll make an additional line. Was it 8? The green one. Oh. Actually, it's easier to just bring all of this to front. There we have it. Actually, this, I feel like it needs more. Something like that. Grow your health space. Grow your biological intelligence space. Learn mental tools. Merge with intelligent technology. It's a simplification of this thing. You don't necessarily need like you don't need these two. You can just grow your health space and then merge with intelligent technology. But I think it kind of somehow it limits, probably, maybe. There you go. I could say mental health space grow, but I'm not gonna spend more time on improving this one. What? Why can't I change how it's presented on the site? The site. That is annoying. Okay, well, that sucks. Track 2, track 3, track 4. It's a bit confusing that this is in reverse vertical order than this one. So I'm just gonna do that as well. I guess we'll just need texts. Health. Track 1. Health space. It's not gonna fit. Can barely feel track 4. No, I want them aligned on the vertical axis, and I think we're gonna put the requirement that they're gonna have to be on the same one row situation. As much as possible. Let's just do that. let's just have the number. No, gotta have the word to connect, and I think we gotta have at least one track there. But that looks, it's a good focus. Yeah, it kind of is. I kind of like it. It solidifies everything. You get the focus. Okay, one track, the most important track, is the health space. So that's it, I think. Okay, now that's Tistou Super Intelligence School. Now we can get back to priorities. I didn't update stream when I was writing the Tistou Superintelligence School, but I guess the main track while writing Tistou Superintelligence School was still creating priority principles. So Miller's law. Okay, the concept of chunking. Actually, I want to remember kind of this 7 to 2 items priority overflow. But we might be reading all of this and then adding it in. The concept of chunking. Miller's most vital contribution was discovering that memory capacity is limited by the number of chunks, meaningful units of information, not the raw data size. For example, the string FBI, CIA, NSA represents 9 individual items, but when chunked into FBI, CIA, NSA, it takes up only 3 slots in working memory. I think this is a learning situation. Like, if you don't know what the FBI or the CIA or the NSA is, this doesn't help. Or the concept of chunking is misunderstood by Gemini here. Maybe there are 2 methods working here. There are 2 things here, 2 principles here. There's the actual chunking of letters or things. You can create a category. Like the first category is these 3 letters, the second is these 3, the second is these 3, and the third is these 3. And the other parts of the memory enhancing is the actual knowledge and association. I want to share with you something. A mental model that I've created that I use to not just memorize things, but to memorize how to memorize things. And it's a symbol that I've created. It's actually a 3D sculpture, but I'm gonna draw it more like a symbol. It goes something like this. This is how it looks. And it is a summary of something I learned regarding memory, is that during any piece of time, like a lecture, what you remember best is things in the beginning, so this one represents that, and things in the end, this represent that, and things that are repeated, that represent this part, and things that are unique, that you feel are unique, that represents this one. It's also in the middle, that makes it even more unique, and things that connect to previous parts of your memory, like your previous ideas. So these are the 5 kind of some principles. There are probably many more, but these are the ones that I learned when I was studying cognitive science. And then I made this kind of sculpture from that to basically remember how to remember things. It's actually a house. It kind of looks like this. And there, this one here. Wait. Oh crap. Something like that. Since the walls have a kind of thickness. I got a bit messed up here, but you get there, yeah? It's this. It rests on this pentagon. I think I had a couple of stairs here even. So this was the center point of my memory palace, which is a technique. So the center of my memory palace contains the memory of how memory works. It's like the most central part of my memory palace. And then I added and created other stuff as well, a bunch of other stuff, but I didn't repeat them. I didn't enjoy repeating them, so I didn't repeat them. But this one I enjoyed. I found it beautiful, and I enjoyed thinking about it. So this led to me thinking about it now and then, and also utilizing the information. So right now it's kind of the only thing I have in my memory palace. And this, actually, let's add that as an example. There, in the superintelligence. Yeah, I'm gonna make a separate document. which is under the category of mental tools. And that's it. That's one mental tool. It's a framework. It's about habits. Atomic habits is one. Yeah, that's the start. So yeah, in my model, this, to know that FBI is a thing, that is utilizes, can I get back my, ooh, it remembers. Actually, let's save that one. Let's make it part of the framework. Like it's a suggested central part of the mental path. But you can start with this if you want. So I was gonna talk about how this is used here. When I would explain so that when we understand and learn about the FBI organization, then we're creating many different memories regarding what it is. Maybe remember the symbol, you maybe remember X-Files, you maybe remember Suits, you remember USA, you remember all the things, you remember what it stands for, all of these things. And when you are trying to, when you're in this experiment, you're trying to remember letters and you see these letters, then you can partly use a chunking method of saying, oh, I'm going to chunk these ones into one rememberable thing because I know I have something. And when it is chunked, then you can connect it. So it's using this connecting principle. Actually, it's better, I think I usually connect it like this to that one. I either do that or I have this connecting thing here. Yeah, I think I usually do that. I think I usually have the repeating one here. And here I have the ones. But it's not a real big problem because of this pentagon structure, and because like the structure of this, like I know it's 5 parts. I would never try to make 4 parts. That would not feel like it's complete. So this one is kind of a compression, kind of verification method. So I think it's very good in that sense. But anyway, I put this this rope here to connect early, because I know things that come early I remember better, And I prefer to use this technique because I don't really like this idea of repeating things, because repeating things has a problem with encoding specificity. When you repeat a piece of knowledge, like frogs are what can we say? Frogs can leap. And what you do when you repeat is like you say frogs can leap, and at another time you say frogs can leap, frogs can leap, frogs can leap, frogs can leap. And you ingrain this thing. But the encoding specificity is only one. It is frogs can leap. Like it is only one encoding specificity here. But if you instead use this connection method, then you might say frogs have legs and can leap. And then you create another connection. Instead of just repeating the same thing, you can think something like frog, like something completely else, like kangaroos can jump just like frogs. And the more of these connections you create, then you get more encoding specificity. Here you have two. Which means that every time you think about, not every time, but when you think about frogs, your the new term is non-conscious. Your non-conscious prepares this potential thought to enter the mind. And when you think about kangaroos, this potential thought comes into mind. So you're more likely to remember this fact that frogs can leap. But in this case, there's only one piece of thing that leads you to remember this. So it becomes by repeating it, you make this system stronger. But by just repeating this, which meaning doing the same thing, you're creating a kind of fragile system or fragmented memory. Risk of fragmented memory and forgotten that you know. Knowledge that cannot be used. So this problem occurred, like at least this is my theory, this is how I look at it, my hypothesis. Because you remember this thing, like here's your brain, and you remember this thing, frogs can leap. But in this brain, you have frogs have legs and can leap. So whenever you think about a frog, you think about it having legs, or you see the legs, or you imagine legs, and then you associate it to leaping. And when you think about kangaroos, you think about leaping. And then you also think just like frogs, so you create this connection here. So if you if any kind of idea triggers this one or this one or this one or this one, then you trigger the availability of this knowledge. In this situation, you might still have the knowledge that kangaroos can, oh, it's not identical. No, that's not how it works now. This is your memory. You know what legs are, but you don't think about legs when you think about frogs. You just think frogs can leap. It goes in this. It has a direction as well. Neurons are connected to a direction. Kangaroos can jump. You might have referred to that. But in order to get to this kind of knowledge, to use it, you have to think about the frog first. But if you reach a situation where you're thinking something like, oh, let's take a game or something, I don't know. You encounter a situation where you're using a kangaroo to jump, and that has a good result or something. It's jumping on a trampoline or something, or it's jumping over something, or on a button that you want to press, like in a game or whatever, and then you suddenly lose the kangaroo. What your mind is left with is that, oh, I need something jumping here on this button. I used to have a kangaroo doing it. This mind will have a harder time thinking about it, because it requires that the mind go on a different kind of track, discovery track, in order to find what can possibly jump. And then if you think about the frog, then you will say, yes, good. If you compare that to someone who knows what a frog is, but it doesn't know that it can jump, if they do this exploratory journey in the mind and think of frog, they will not think it can jump, and it might continue looking for some other solution. So the repetition has, well, I don't know how to explain it, but in this case, you already are thinking about the kangaroo, and you have already activated this, just like frogs. It makes total sense, like your brain just goes naturally to, oh, do we have a frog? It goes faster and more reliably to the solution. Your brain is basically more interconnected. Maybe you can say your brain is more consolidated as well. You have made associations, you have made more associations. In this case, your mind becomes more like an iPhone, like where everything is connected much widely, and you have more access to find solutions. You can think multidisciplinary, you can cross things, you can combine things much better. But this is a completely machine. You're trying to use the brain as a machine. Sure, you can do that, but that's not the best way to use it, because this network, like these two together, creates a form of intelligence. But this one only by itself is in some sense not intelligent, because it just is like this. This leads to that. When you design neural networks for AI, you would never design something like this. you would collapse that into just one node, and you would actually never use just one connection. You would just not use that at all. I'm simplifying things a lot here, but there's a part of intelligence that is lacking in just one connection like this, and there's more connections here. So you risk of creating fragmented memories, like if you, in this mind, you might create this kind of knowledge here, this kind of knowledge here, this kind of knowledge here. Maybe you create this kind of knowledge here, maybe you create these connections, maybe you connect these ones. Like you can see, it's not as connected as something like here. So it's like, if you think about something, you run on the same track. If you think about this thing, you run on this track. You think about this, you run on this track. This is like artificial consolidation of memory. I'm gonna copy the link to my stream and make sure that this is here. Birth of Tistou super intelligence. School first stream. There we go. Now I can access a bunch of knowledge in there. Now I don't have to write down all of the thoughts and ideas that I got there if I want to expand. And AI has the link there, so if I send it to Google Gemini and ask it to go through the live stream and find all the ideas and put them in there, then it can do that. This is really good music. I really like it. It's gonna be my super intelligence music. But maybe it should be my priority principles music, but I don't know. I think I listened to this after. This music led me to partially to think very broadly and ambitiously, creating a whole freaking school. I wonder if I should create a course or something where you can become smarter. Okay, so anyway, this concept of chunking, yeah, that's good. I guess priority principles should be inside my school. It's part of the school. It is a track 3. Mental track 3. Mental tools. Maybe something like that is good. Priority principles, and we interlink it. It's always fun to see yourself being opening up two all the same. This image has to be updated. I have to redraw it. It's not pointy enough. This one needs to be somewhere there in order for this one to be here. I want that to be more pointy. I need to make it more special. Should have not. That's good. I think. Now we need to somehow make something like that. This might work. Yeah, starting to look good. And the repeating the entry here. We have the repeating ones at the top there. I want the repeating ones to be quite like not having this arc, because I want to signify that they are kind of mechanical in a sense. You need the stairs to make it human. Otherwise, it doesn't. It's not a good start for. How do I? Guess it's like this. that stairs needs to be slightly more up to invite people to go up there. There we go. And then we'll create the rope here. It's simpler. It's not as kind of as neat as the other one. I like the other one was more beautiful, but this one is more correct. Yeah, this one is, I like this one more, but this one is more correct, because this one is lacking the rope and stuff. Interesting how I want less space here, because I think about the 3D structure. There we go. I guess I'll keep these ones up since I continually come back to them. And even this one. Right. My main track is still to create the priority principles versus one, to create two principles that I will use to prioritize the task I have, the rest of the tasks I have today. And I think I will do something similar like I did yesterday to see if that works again. Because I woke up early today, and a couple of days ago I woke up early, and the day before I basically worked all day. I didn't eat until like 7 or 8, and then after eating I completely took a break from all of the work, etc. And it was kind of easy to take a break at that point. And I think it aligns me more. I become more focused in a, like, I get on a kind of track to move forward. And I think I get less brainstormy, less a bunch of different ideas. So I get less ideas. And I'm sacrificing that in order to go on a straighter track. Right, let's go down to this principle. I guess I was just adding this principle because I got it, and then thinking about these things. I think this one is complete for now. It's missing these ones, encoding specificity. And I was thinking if I should use the ideas I came up here, because I'm dividing this into two things, and that might be worth writing down somewhere regarding memory, the concept of chunking. I'm gonna do two things. I'm gonna ask it about chunking and my ideas, and I'm gonna save this as a link unless I have this here. And that one is there. And then I'm gonna ask what chunking I feel like what you are describing in the example. Actually, two different memory methods. One is the method of connecting to previous knowledge, which is the idea that the 3 letters FBI can connect to all that you associate with the organization. Secondly, the simpler primitive method of just grouping letters into groups, remembering 9 different letters is harder than remembering 3 times 3 letters. Good, now there's that there. The music has ended. And now I'm gonna pick some more music. What is this? Paperwork delay. I like the name. Very novel. It's very calm. It's too calm for me right now. It's a good calm at the end of the day. I can use spontaneous movements because I've been sitting too much, and thanks to my micro movement system I have a great repertoire of all kinds of movements I can do. That's good. I'm doing some. This is like I've evolved this kind of study technique with AI, or some kind of building technique, building knowledge or technique, like writing a question, continue reading, writing a question, and coming back to the things when I come to the questions that I wrote before. I think it really enhances memory, studying. Okay. The psychological solution to priority overflow is chunking or micro backlogging. Yeah, there's more priority techniques here. Theme chunking. Or epics. It's the same trigger. You can use the same example, but the solution is different. Maybe we should call it chunking. But it's slightly different because chunking epics. You chunk tasks into what goals they achieve. so that you have epic tasks with a higher purpose, where the several of the tasks lie under. Have sets of tasks. Then you prioritize the epics first. Then you only focus on prioritizing the tasks in that epic. Here I wanted to write about the research, Miller's law. The magical number. I want that text. Can I just copy this and make it big? Wait, that's a title. Oh, I've been using titles. This is a solution, but we'll put all of this here. Oh, not there. Note. Tistou thinks this is two separate techniques. More info in the Gemini chat. That's good enough. The modern revision, Cohen's law. Modern neuroscience and cognitive psychology have heavily revised Miller's findings. Nelson Cohen's landmark meta-analysis, the magic number 4 in short-term memory, proved that Miller's 7 included active mental strategies like verbal rehearsal and subconscious chunking. And then comes the Tistou's law, 2026, the magical number 1. He found that Nelson Cohen's landmark and suggested a magical number 4 in short-term memory contained several different memory functions ultimately leading up to that you can only experience one experience at one time. Anyway, okay. When you strictly prevent a human from rehearsing data or forming associations, the true capacity limit of pure human working memory is 4 + 1 - 1 items. Visual working memory research by Luck and Vogel demonstrated that humans can track the properties, color orientation, of only about 4 visual objects simultaneously. Performance plummets when a 5th object is added. Running memory tasks. When people listen to a continuous stream of digits that stops randomly and are asked to recall the last few, accuracy remains high for the final 3 to 4 digits, then drops off cleanly. That's interesting. I don't know if this should be connected to priority principles or if it should be somewhere else. It might be also somewhere else, because priority relies on several things. It relies on memory and understanding memory, these memory things. And I'm just understanding that I'm creating a hierarchy of knowledge here. And let's put that here. Curriculum or something. Planned sequence of instruction, learning experience, and assessment assigned. Can be hierarchy? Hierarchical. Make some of this modular is processing broad from the concept to find very intricate details. I think that's the right. Oh, I have two open at the same time. Here are curriculum hierarchy. In order to learn about working for example, in order to a hierarchy for the curriculum is necessary so that you are prepared to learn something, adopt something only through learning the fundamentals that builds the adopts learning. Working memory, need to know tree of knowledge. That's beautiful. So what was I thinking about? What was I thinking about? Maybe you have to learn about these things before you learn priority principles. That's what I was thinking. Priority principles. Track 1. Health space. Track 2. Biological intelligence space. Track 3. Mental tool. Track 4, merge intelligent. Track 4, intelligent technology. Something like that. Later on, we might introduce some kind of tests so that we can check some metrics on health to indicate the width of the health space, or a specific thing is needed in order to introduce some knowledge from biological intelligence space, for example. There are a lot of tests from schools regarding mental tools and intelligent technology use, so that it will be pretty easy to create or add in tests to verify that a student is ready for the next step. Has unlocked the door to a specific course or piece of knowledge. It's more like habits. I wanted to focus in on unlocked. That the student can choose whatever doors that they have unlocked to study. Course knowledge. Thus the student can work on any track they want where they have doors available open. What's your intelligence? Miller's law, Cohen's law. I don't know if you need these pieces of knowledge. Cohen's, Miller's law, Cohen's law, sample draft of 3 for priority principles. Course, you have to learn Miller and Cohen's law. Start priority principles. I had a course. I might do. Oh, it's a very strong wind. It actually mashed together the. It's very strong wind. It mashed it together already like that. A little bit of movement, I think. I think this is it. I think we're not gonna work more on priority principles now. Because now we hit like a situation where we have a lot of, there's been a lot of brainstorming now, a lot of sidetracks, a lot of creating different projects kind of situation, and it's not really, we shouldn't encourage that too much, because then I will develop habits that are not good. So we have this chat linked here. We have a couple of priority principles. Now I can use these principles. I'm gonna remove these. So priority principles version 1 is complete. I have one pending task. What's that? Empty garbage. Yes, let's do that today. Oh no. There we go. Wait, did I move? That's the problem. Google has changed. Whatever. Okay, Temp Super is on Monday now. No, that's not good. Kolopasloda should be the same day. Cool, that worked. Okay. Move that one there. Gonna pay 2 rents at the same time this month. Now, if I have too many tasks at once, this is good. I have too many tasks at once. I can use this principle. This is chunking epics, and I can use this principle, which is lessen the load on working memory. I want to make those in bold. So I think to this is another, this next level. Prioritizing the principles. Chunking epics. Should come before lessen the load on working memory. If several priority principles can be used, we get additional work. Prioritizing the principles themselves. To prioritize something is a task that is added to the task list. This is an important thing. Risk of bureaucracy. Bureaucracy. To prioritize tasks is a task itself. Choosing to prioritize is to choose to do more work. Create work. The risk of creating a system that takes time to use is that time that could be used to finish the tasks is used to prioritize. Thus, we have some principles that encourages to not use principles. Yes, I want to add one of those. I've thought about this. When should you not prioritize? That's one, then put a heading 2 on that one. If all tasks in the task list has to be done within then it might not matter the order in which they are done, since they all must be done. We cannot give more value to any one task, or we should not let, since they all must be done, using the principle that there might not be time enough to finish every task cannot be used. It might seem like fighting against nature if the reality is that the tasks will take more time than is available, but this is not what this is not the, it's not the issue that is being solved. The issue we are solving by not prioritizing is that we unlock the prioritizing time to do actual work. This increases the chance of success, which is to complete each task. The issue we're solving by not prioritizing is that we unlock the prioritizing time to do actual work. This increases the chance of success, which is to complete each task. The goal, ultimate goal, is not to prioritize tasks. The goal is success. Something like that. There are a bunch of if statements. Like, if, then we might not need to prioritize. This section contains a bunch of if statements where each one raises a flag that we might not need to prioritize or to use a certain priority principle. Good. Okay, now I can get back. Chunking epics. I'm going to chunk the epics. Google Calendar doesn't help me to do that very well, but I'm gonna see if I can add to the beginning of it, like some kind of tag. A study chat is to, the epic is to beat the AI race. AI race. Okay. The clean protocol The purpose of the clean, that is health space. Wow, I'm using my own words. I love this. Building my legacy or something. Wait. Health space. All tasks. This is also health space. Improve through the day. This is also health space. Improve stretching in bed. Also health space. Move things in corridor to make it easy to clean is also. It's either health space or biological intelligence. No, it's biological. No. It is health space because the purpose of moving them is to make it easier to clean. And that is health space. Myopia exercises. This is health space. Network AI loops, AI race. Neck neurology health video. This priority principle is just blowing my mind how efficient it is. Priming work for golden hour. This is a mental method tool. It's a mental tool. Priming work for golden hour. It's a mental tool. It's a framework. Protocol number 2, and I think this is cognitive. Yeah, this is biological biointel. Intel's space. Yeah, it's space. That's easier to remember somehow. I don't know. Term super. This is health space. This is great. This might actually do something. This is amazing. Becomes like a hierarchy. So that took a couple of minutes to do. So I've done this principle and it took a couple of minutes. And I think partly why it takes a couple of minutes is because of my health. Both my health space and my biological intelligence space. Now I have 1, 2, 3, 4 categories. And if I really want to relieve my working memory, I can say I have the AI race, I have biointels, health space, and mental tool. So now I divide this. Well, I guess this principle also, this principle task time flows over to this as well, because not only have I created these epics, I also need to prioritize these epics as an additional step. So let's say bureaucracy. 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 Debt. Every principle should have this. Chunking the epics becomes one task. Prioritizing the epics, one new task becomes one new task. Debt. I don't know if I could call it. Should call it debt. This called bureaucracy. Or cost, bureaucracy cost, or task cost, or time cost. Right. Okay, so what is most important here? It becomes a different level of prioritization of epics instead of tasks. And then I can use the prioritization rules again here to see what kind of prioritization. So it's 4 things, so I don't need to make epics. It's not more than 100 things. So I don't need to use any of these triggers that I have too many tasks at once. I can use some other, maybe principle of all in. Put all your working memory resource chips on one single task. The priority in this case is to only choose one single task and not create a list of priorities. You keep your working memory free from what you will do after this task is done. It pushes the prioritization work for the coming tasks. The problem trigger might be, there might be several. One problem trigger is you are running out of mental resources and time. You have 10 tasks, let's say just 4. You have 4 tasks and you only have time to do 2 of them. Maybe one of them. You only know you intuitively know you have 5 minutes and it's the end of the working day. You feel intuitively that you might not even be able to finish one of the tasks. Solution, the principle of all in. You are hungry and tired. You feel intuitively that you might not even be able to finish one of the tasks. all in. Okay, I'm only gonna select one of them, but I kind of want to use one other principle. I want to use two principles together with the all in principle. Or, okay, well, these are epics, so it's kind of it's not really the best use case, but yeah, I can't be spending all of my day on priority principles. That's too much. That's if I'm gonna make a reasonable explanation, my argument, to explicitly say my argument. It's that it's good if my mind get to work on several things during the day, on the Monday, especially on the Monday. So my different creative aspects get triggered, because Monday is supposed to be a mind expanding day. It should not be a laser focused day. It should be a mind expanding exploration to connect and learn. And what I said before is to connect many things. So I'm basically deciding to limit the time I dive into creating more of the prioritization protocol, and I will just use all in on one of these and just oh, I just came up with a new technique. And I guess I'm just kind of working against what I just said, but this, why I'm taking this sidetrack is because if I get an idea regarding anything, then I should stop working. If I have enough sidetracking time, I should note this down somewhere, this idea. And now, before I forget, the idea is divide and conquer. It might be maybe it's not divide and conquer, maybe it's battle royale. That's more towards we prioritize two tasks at once. We prioritize two tasks. At the time. Two tasks are chosen, then one of them wins and is the prioritized one. Then the next two are chosen, one of them wins and is potentially prioritized one. Task and is potentially the prioritized What? I don't need to make we do this on our tasks, then we enter the next on all tasks once, ending up with several winners. Then we run the same process on the winners until we have a winner task. We can also document the winners to have a rough draft of the prioritization that we can use. For more prioritization. Okay. So I'm gonna use that. Okay, we're gonna pin AI race versus BioIntel space. I think it's Monday, and on my priority on my Monday list, number 1 is cognitive enhancement. But I've already done the cognitive enhancement, which is the prioritization protocol. So I think I'm gonna prioritize the AI race over BioIntel. So now let's pin health space against mental tool. I kind of feel like I want to battle AI race against health space. I should add that. There are different ways to run this. Each one is a kind of sub-principle of prioritization. Method 1. Method 2. Two tasks are battled with one winner. Then the winner battles an unprioritized task. Gradually, we only need to battle once per task. Context switching. Method 2. Fast lane. I'm gonna do the fast lane. AA race is the winner, or basically by Intel's is a loser. It's a process of elimination. And one loser. The loser task is discarded, eliminated. And will not be a priority. This might be a subcategory of all-in prioritization. I don't know what's the benefits of have more prioritization data, but it will cost this context switching and a lot. It might be the same amount of battles. Is it? No, the online paint is better. We battle this one, we battle this one, we battle this one. This is the N. And then the other one is we battle these two to get a winner, and then we battle these two to get a winner. But it basically is the same amount of battles. We battle to eliminate one, we battle to eliminate one, and then we battle these two. So it is 3 battles, and in this case there's also 3 battles. It's just that first we focus on this one, and then we need to context switch completely this one. And then we need to switch context back to a kind of combined situation. It's the same amount of battles. Same amount of battles as task. Context switching is in the name. It's just right there. So AI race won against by Intel. So by Intel's lost. AI race against health space. I've already done cognitive enhancement. Yeah. Last week I was focusing more on health. This week I was more focusing on mental. Last week I focused on expanding health space. This week I have been focused on mental tool. Oh, I just realized maybe cognitive enhancement is the Tistou Superintelligence School. Okay, so health space is losing against AI race. And I've already actually made the mental tool of priority principles. So the AI race is winning. The AI race is winning. Perfect. What do I do with the rest ones? With the rest of the ones? I just move them. Yeah, I move them to next week. Can I easily do this here? No, wait. I still might have time. After I'm done with the A race. That's the thing. Cost. Negative. We lose the ability to granularity. This reminds me of time, and I think I'm gonna go into that as well. Time. Time. Binary time sensitive, like if a task has a time limit and if a task does not have a time limit. We categorize the tasks into two categories. The task must be done within time before the task has a deadline. The task does not have a deadline. It's a kind of this principle is a special kind of principle that is a category type of principle. It has like a tag or property. Categorization. Categorization, elimination. This principle can easily be used with others, since it simply eliminates a portion of tasks and doesn't focus on any other aspects than time. There's something special about this. Ultimately, it will become like a tree, a hierarchy, a tree of what methods to use when. And like each principle is like its own tool. Even it might be a hierarchy or might be too complex to be a hierarchy. It might be better to just see every principle as its own tool. I'm gonna write that somewhere as well. Now, what did I just say? Hierarchy or tools? And or. You can either create a hierarchy of these principles to make a robust system that is fast to use, or you can see each principle as a tool that can be used individually. You can chain the tools creatively or put them in a hierarchy or system, or you can combine and create several hierarchies or tools that work together. Tool, that's it. The erase, right? I just don't need this one anymore. I was thinking of moving this around, but I just realized that after I'm done with the arrays, I might come to need to prioritize again what I should be doing. I just came up with a new priority principle. You need to have, where's the bureaucracy? I should probably have like a template one that is empty. There we go. Week, day. This is also categorization properties. Tees. Category elimination. Categorization. Method. Tasks are categorized into weeks, into days on the week. This can make it, can lessen context switching, since you can create a focus during a day on an epic or have a certain role for that day. It can, the method can consider the time available on each day and allocate tasks. It's not prioritization, it's more like allocation. It's both allocation and prioritization, or what do you call it? Do we have some other name that is prioritization, but something like that. This principle is similar to chunking epics. In that each day becomes a chunk, and that things done on Monday is prioritized higher things done on Monday are basically prioritized above things that are done on Tuesday. Like it becomes like each tool has its own interface and can connect to some other tool in some way. I can ask AI to make this, to figure out, to make a bunch of principles, make a whole UI with a bunch of small things that you can connect to each other if you want. And then you can see how you can connect the principles in a like. And then you can have like, you can speak to it and you can use these principles to prioritize. That might be pretty powerful. Maybe. Okay, that was that idea. I'm getting hungry, but I'm gonna follow the same way I did yesterday with just working non-stop for I think 12 hours or 11 hours and 55 minutes or something like that. And then I'm gonna eat. And then I might have a golden hour or I might not. So today I might still prime for, actually this is not really a task, this is something that I use as a reminder. And on Friday, I don't check my calendars on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I just work, that's my sprint work. Okay, so decided AI race. So I just have two tasks now. I can either do AI study chat or Nate Herc video AI loops. Now, both are very interesting. Spontaneously, I'm thinking that the Nate Herc video is the one to watch. It's the one to do. But before I do that, I want to understand what kind of priority principle I'm using. It's something regarding time and digestibility. Or bang for buck. It's probably the same thing. But the method is to choose the task that is easiest for mental load. Tasks that even give energy is even better. If example, do we have any? Why don't we have an example on these ones? Problem trigger example. Oh, there's the example. You can either read an article, a scientific article, about a subject, or you can watch a highly rated or watch a video taking 30 minutes, taking a lot of mental effort, or you can watch a video explaining the article. That not just makes it easier to understand, it also takes shorter time to do. And you get a mental relaxation break by social social interaction, listening to a person talk, watch video before. Oh, this is even better. Well, it keeps it abstract here. I was thinking like a documentary. If you you can read a scientific article about an animal, or you can watch the actual animal in a documentary. Choose the task that is easiest for mental load. Tasks that give energy back is even better. Or even better. Don't need this one. Negative. This strengthens a habit to choose mediocrity over high performance. Mediocrity over high. What do you mean undo? What do you mean undo? Oh, performance. Oh, I've read. Okay, corrected me, and I could undo the correction. Strengthens a habit to choose mediocrity over high performance. By continually using this method, you also cultivate the non-conscious principle of taking the easy road and not challenging mental capacity. It might lead to mediocre results and less novelty, since easy digestible content is mass consumed and you become more normal. wow, I just found out how to become more normal. You just digest things that normal people digest. It's probably not that simple, but that's one part of it. This is also a bit redundant because it reiterates the risk here. No, the risk of the initial thing here. The risk with practicing the same set of prioritization principles is that as you get faster and more efficient to prioritize, you also let the responsibility become more and more non-conscious. This has two risky effects. One is that as the principles are forgotten from the conscious mind, the inability to audit slowly dissolves. Secondly, this also means that it's more unlikely that you are agile and can adapt to unique situations where your system is not the best. Thirdly, this means that there is a risk that you cannot communicate why you made a certain prioritization decision. So anyway, that's partly what I was thinking of using to prioritize to watch this one. So far, it's got 61,000 views. So 61,000 people have consumed this video, and if I compare that to the uniqueness of studying AI chat in my AI chat, it's only me. Well, unless someone had watched the whole study chat that I have started last week or before that. So this is more work and stuff. But I'm combining principles. I'm combining principles that say this. Combining principles. By using principles that don't connect as tools, that might challenge each other's results. You can get several perspectives on what to prioritize. If you use 3 principles and they all choose to prioritize the same task, you have a good reason to choose that task. For statistical, for probability, or for statistical results, combining principle for staticality. Combining principles. For statistics, for probability. Scores. Probability scoring. Maybe it's like a meta principle. That's why I made it its own category instead of principle. Prioritization probability. That's what I wanted. Something like that. So yeah, the digestibility principle, or biggest bang for the buck. I've used that one, and that one says look at the agent loops. But there also is another principle that I was using in my mind, which is time, raw time. No, it's the uncertainty principle. Yes, this might not be a good principle. This might be a principle that you want to avoid. The principle of uncertainty. Avoiding method. Well, example. You have a very large task to do where you are not certain that it might even get done at all. That the goal is so far away that it doesn't feel rewarding to start the task. You have other tasks that are shorter to do, or more do, or in other ways feel more certain that they will lead to some successful result. You remove the biggest uncertain task. It's an elimination property. You can also stop there, yeah, or you can the most certain task left. This principle is similar to it's both similar to digestibility, but also another which I might not have written down. Why doesn't digestibility you remove the biggest uncertain task. exited my mind. The idea of streaming is a framework or an intelligent technical tool. Yeah, it's not a mental tool to stream. It is a merge with intelligent technology tool. I want to add that. It's not mental tools. Well, I can go here. No, that's the actual drive. Here's the folder. No, here's the document. I need to get to the folder. Folders. This is so slow. That's track 4. Merging with intelligent tools. That's correct, isn't it? Intelligent technology. Intelligent technology, that is what it is, not tools. It's technology because to separate from the idea that it can be a tool that is inside your mind. It is separate from you. Actually, let's take this one, make a copy, move the copy there. Why did I make several folders? It just makes everything complex. Yeah, we're gonna undo that. Track 4. That's the name of the document now. Oh, that's why I made folders, because I have a folder. Okay. Then I'll keep that. And where merge with intelligent technology. Oh, we should repeat this knowledge. And what was the idea? Streaming. Streaming. Talking. Talking to yourself. when you stream, you have a self-imposed what's the penoctagon? You get a self-imposed penoctagon effect. Pentagon. Penoctagon effect. Panoctagon. Anyway, I know what it is. Or do I? Panopticon. Okay, now back. I should do some movements. Jiggle and bouncing movements. I'm deciding if I should watch the video from A Turk, which is a short video. It's news. Distractibility. That's a principle. The principle of long-term momentum. You avoid tasks that risk distracting you from your long-term momentum. Instead, choosing to work on for example, with ads, do a task that doesn't distract you with ads, or you simply it's about avoiding tasks that come with a distraction tax. Some tasks come with a distraction tax, where while doing the task you risk being distracted. This distraction has potentially two negative effects. One is that you get something put in your mind that continually that will later on distract you. Another is that a distraction might create more tasks. An example. I could give the examples up here instead. You can either watch a YouTube video, go to the store to buy food, or write a poem. Using this principle leads you to write the poem, because the other tasks have more distraction tax, that's a term. Distraction tax. Task might come with distraction tax. It is adjacent things like people, unrelated things that happen, loud noises, risk of feeling extreme emotions, ads on websites or in real life. That's distraction tax. Okay. B. Principle. P. Wait, if I delete this and write, oh no. Cool, great. And if I go, but it's harder to fit it. There, we'll do P there. Or maybe we'll make the whole thing bold. That's good. Then I can click there, start writing directly. Now the music has ended, and I'm gonna go with this one for a little while. I had to separate this from two. There's two forms of distraction tax. There are two forms of distraction tax. One is the distraction that has a long-term effect, something that enters your mind and can derail you. later on. Another is the distraction light is a distraction that is either neutral or might even be pleasant, but the main thing is that it doesn't linger in your mind. The difference between these two forms are not binary. It is a spectrum where each distraction falls somewhere between these extremes. Between two extremes. Between these extremes. Perfect. But it's weird about the... I guess I'll have to make it to that looks great. Long-term momentum. The principle of long-term momentum. This is getting good. These principles are getting real good. You will get a lot of control over your world with these principles. I had to add this. Distraction might create more tasks. Isn't that always the case? If a distraction doesn't create more tasks, is it a distraction? Can it be a distraction? I would consider a task to be thinking about the distraction. That is a task. And if you are not doing that task, then you are not thinking about the distraction, which means the distraction is not in your mind, which means that there is no distraction. So a distraction always creates a task. Distraction always create at least one task, which is to think about the distraction. If doing a thing doesn't are there tasks in the non-conscious? Should we be that explicit? Kind of, maybe. Maybe it's not necessary. We're not gonna touch that. We're not gonna go into that. We don't know enough to make use of that knowledge. The section doesn't most always creates at least task, but sometimes the distraction is subliminal, which means it only enters and distracts your non-conscious mind. This might be considered to get a task for the non-conscious that the conscious has to attend to in some form, but we don't know enough about the non-conscious. So we don't use the terminology of having a task in the non-conscious. That's good, I think. Okay, great. Now I've used two methods, digestibility and avoiding uncertainty, on my two tasks of watching this agents loop video or going into this AI chat. And I want to add, like, the long-term momentum says the chat is better, but avoiding uncertainty, I think I need to divide that into two principles. There's another part of uncertainty maybe I should divide this, because it's not only about feeling, it's also about non-finishedness. Yeah. Finishing. The principle of being a finisher. Finisher identity. Identity. The principle of finishing identity, finisher, finishing identity, finishing identity. This method is about prioritizing tasks that have a clearer and closer goal state. A task that is shorter and more certain is chosen. Similar to the avoiding uncertainty principle. But this principle focuses on cultivating a finish identity where you are a person that finish things, finishes things. The biggest benefit of this principle is that you cultivate a kind of confidence and maybe create more serotonin. It might even create more momentum in your work. Negatives is that you choose more superficial work. Tasks that have shorter duration and tasks that are less complicated. And most importantly, tasks that don't require, that tend to not require complex intellectual thought. Maybe we can find an example that is comparing an avoidant uncertainty towards a finishing identity. You can watch a YouTube, like you can start watching. I see something that you don't know the end of. It still have to be a task that you don't know the end of, but it is it's actually mixing up with digestibility. Something that is digestible, you don't know the end of the task, but it feels certain. You have a very large task where you're not certain it might even get done at all. Yeah, like starting to watch. No, it's something that this would, yeah, choose. It's something that this would choose. Something that this would choose and something that that would choose. Let's separate them. You can watch a YouTube video on giraffes. That's one thing. That's very digestible. And then something where avoiding uncertainty would say, yes, this is the best thing. So you remove the biggest uncertain task. So the avoiding uncertainty would remove the biggest uncertain task, but finishing identity would choose it. Running a marathon. You can either watch a YouTube video on giraffes, running a marathon, and here the task must be something that finishing identity chooses not to do, but the avoiding uncertainty chooses to do. Finishing identity is also about method of the finishing is that you cultivate a cleanliness mindset. You constantly can do choose maintenance tasks which you have done, you know how to do since you have done them many times. Negative. You tend to avoid. This is starting to feel like some kind of scientific or logical approach to astrology. Like, if I I feel like I can use this as a diagnosing tool, where I can see a person and how they act and what they're doing. Then I can identify, okay, this person has this prioritization principles. These are the things that they follow, and then I can predict what that person would choose in another situation. Like if you would be put here, then you would prioritize to do these things, and it would probably be like magic for some people. They're pretty cool. You tend to avoid creative tasks that don't have a final goal. Explorative brainstorm or creative tasks that don't have a final goal. And then these they get cultivated, and it's what you continue. Okay, now go back to the suggestion here. To make sure we get an understanding of the difference between a finishing identity and avoiding uncertainty. They're slightly different. This is an elimination. Well, that's first of all, it's an elimination principle. You remove the biggest uncertain task. And the finishing identity is choosing. Yeah, that's interesting. It's a choosing. It's anti-elimination. It has the properties of choosing. I should probably write like a list to explain properties. Principal properties. That should probably be a subcategory of terms actually. Heading 1, heading 2, principles. The properties of principles help to understand how they can complement each other and when to use a certain method. Where is the size 4? Categorization. Principle that creates several categories and puts tasks in categories. What did we have? Elimination we have. That instead of focusing on what to do, it focuses on what not to do. It removes tasks. This is really good to, like, repeating my own knowledge. Like, it's still new knowledge even if I make up the knowledge. Categorization, elimination, allocation and prioritization. Here's the, yeah. Allocation. I guess that's what allocation is going to mean. A principle that a sub-principle of categorization that is to create collections of great categories that are intended to be their own task lists to be used later. This is a sub-principle. Is it related to time? Maybe it should be time allocation. I'll leave it like that. The Zeigarnik effect, I'll leave it like that. Prioritization. Creating a list. I need a new term there. So, not to mix with. A principle, prioritization that creates an ordered list and not just chooses one task or does one comparison. Ordered list. List order. List order. That's it now. List order. Weekday allocation, categorization, allocation, list order. The principle of weekday allocation. Method. Tasks are categorized into days of the week. This can lessen context switching since you can create a focus during a day on an epic. Or have a certain role for that day. The method can consider the time available on each day and allocate tasks based on the time they take. Time. Something like time. They allocate tasks. Yeah, that's why, yeah, it categorizes into days. And it allocates based on time. It's not a subcategory, it's not a sub-principle. I need more descriptive term for this. Change to. This is a principle categorization. No, it doesn't need to be. Time allocation. This is a principle. No, wait. Own task lists. Each category is its own task list. So that's not at all. A location. Oh, it's my dust on the screen. Change to more descriptive term for this. This is a principle. No, it's not principle. Principle that uses time for prioritization. Either uses time of time estimate of tasks and or time limits or deadlines. Those are limits, the different time limitation. Time limits or deadlines. Time limits is that you have a certain time. A deadline means that this certain time has a position in time. Start lines, deadlines, born lines. Born lines. Born lines. I need to put that in terms. Born line, the opposite of a deadline. The time when a task must start. Must or can start. Start. There are two kinds of born line. There's a born line where you have to start something, and there's a born line of when it can start. But I guess that's similar to deadline. Like there are several different categories of deadlines. Is able. It can be, for example, it can be set off after. It can, for example, be set to when time the deadline, when the current time is reaching set to the time where can be either can either depend on the estimated time it takes to finish the task, or the time when another task is done, which unlocks the ability to start unlock, which unlocks task. If the born line is set depending on estimated time it takes, we calculate that born line to be the deadline minus the estimated time it takes. This is an optimistic way to set the born line, unless the estimated time is exaggerated. If the born line is set based on when it is unblocked, then the born line is when all the necessary conditions are met to be able to start the task. Okay, now I explain the born line, which we were talking about somewhere here. Time allocation. Maybe just time. A principle that uses time for priorities either uses time, time limits, more like time, that's better, instead of allocation time. Cool. Now back to this example. You can either watch a YouTube video and graph, running a marathon, which should be the thing that a finishing identity picks, or you can do something that the finishing identity says no, but avoiding uncertainty says yes. So it must be a task that is highly certain. Highly more certain than running a marathon. More certain but longer. Or watching an episode, or like watching It's a combination situation. I'm thinking like watching all of the Star Trek. That'll take longer than running a marathon. But you're more highly likely to succeed. Watching all Star Trek episodes. This method would choose running a marathon. There's something more here. It's like there's some kind of intuitive thing regarding a finishing identity. Yeah, it's more rooted in. But if you have something that is shorter than watching all Star Trek episodes, like watching one Star Trek episode, I'm gonna remove that first one. Running a marathon or watching all Star Trek. The Star. This principle. Similar. Okay, now this is similar to avoiding uncertainty principle, but focuses more on short-term goals and less on clarity. I have to add that into this. Also contains a spice of choosing a task that strengthens finishing identity. By choosing challenging tasks that might not be completed unless this finishing identity is continually used during the completion when facing obstacles. Something like that. There's a momentum towards, there is a flare of seeking long-term this principle is similar to long-term momentum, that they both tend to build a momentum towards goals, and eliminate distractions. Oh. Not goals, not towards. Okay. Seven hours 43 minutes. Good job. Now we can get back to testing out our priority principles. I've used the digestibility, which says this video is more digestible than chatting with AI. Avoiding uncertainty says I should watch this video instead of talking to AI, because it's more certain I'll finish the task. Finishing identity says I should kind of this is not elemental and needs to be divided. Potentially I can create like something, priority principles for finishing identity, and let's say like if you want to become this kind of person, you pick these priority principles and just use them and cultivate them, and then you become that kind of person. But I was thinking, was it long-term momentum? Yeah, long-term momentum says don't watch the YouTube video, instead we do the chat. And there's something regarding time. Maybe it's this principle that I'm using, binary time. Because this task has a deadline. It doesn't have a deadline, but it has a time. time limit. No, that's not what this these methods need to be divided. One is timeline, time limit. They need two different names and a portion where they are saying how they are different from each other. Maybe they can have binary as a property. Two, it's a categorization sub. Four, then we'll put 3 here. What? Put 5 there. No, we'll do it like this. Binary. Category that limits, simplifies just having 2 categories in. Yeah, okay, that's good. Maybe, I don't know, we'll keep it like that for now. Okay, so the difference between these two, we have, this one says it has a deadline. Why not just use deadline? Binary deadline. Time limit. That's easy. Then it becomes straightforward. But what was I really thinking? When do I really need this? Yeah, it's regarding this YouTube video that has a time limit. Fixed. Certain time limit. Certain time. Time box. Binary time box. Had deadline. A reliable time box, like a movie, or doing a jujutsu session. Box. Chatting to AI or scrolling on TikTok. Okay, good. Like the principle of avoiding uncertainty, negative. This promotes selecting superficial tasks or complicated thinking tasks. No. Digestibility. Low buck. Low buck. Anti-bug. Gain bug. I just call it digestibility. Tasks that have this principle is good. Is close to choosing the biggest bang for the buck, but only focuses on the buck part, since this task might have a negative price. tend to have incredibly low bang. Low bangs. Promoting mediocre. Digestibility. An hour passed and I have not looked at the agent loops. That's okay, I think. The main work today, if I don't get anything done, it's still creating priority principles. So it's still the main work because it's potentially an incredibly leveraged task. Let's make that into a principle. I've done that in my head before, but I have not written it down. The leverage task. This is potentially the most powerful principle and also hard to know if you did it right. You choose the task that makes every other task easier or even better, not needed at all. Negative. Huge risk or bureaucracy and over engineering. Or engineering and never getting any practical results, only theoretical results, or getting stuck into learning forever and never doing anything. You can to mitigate risks. You can ground the leverage task in what you actually need to, in tasks you already have listed. And decide that the leverage task must only create leverage for selected tasks. In this way, you can estimate the time of all tasks and time of leverage task and the time saved by leverage task. Here it simply becomes a mathematical calculation. Simple. To do the prioritization, whether to do the leverage task or not. Can cook a meal. You can cook a batch of meals. I want to have 3 tasks, where one is to simply do something, maybe 4 tasks, simply doing one task and simply doing another task, and then the leverage task, the practical leverage task, which is the best thing to do to basically shorten these tasks or even eliminate one task and get one faster done. And then a 4th task, which is kind of the leverage trap task. Either or okay, and the description of each task. Simple task, A, simple task B, practical leverage task, leverage trap task. Choosing a leverage task that ultimately wastes more time than it saves is a leverage trap task. I'm gonna add that to the terms. A leverage task that wastes more time than it saves often has no clear end, is affected constantly by scope creep, is motivated mainly by curiosity and not connected to completion of already listed tasks. Where am I? The leverage task. You can either simple task A, simple task B, practical leverage task that eliminates task A and makes task B go faster, or leverage trap task that solves more than task A and B, but takes forever and has no end in sight. Highly uncertain. Maybe it's a programming thing. You can either clean your room, can either the priority principles is potentially a leverage trap task. Like maybe becoming a guitar player, like setting a very high goal. Solve all tasks. Parts of my brain are starting to sleep. Something. Maybe fixing a whole car. Learning how to fix a car. That can be the trap task. Learning everything about, like taking a course. Yeah. Entering, or maybe starting a business. Entering research the mining industry. Yeah, that's a really good one. It's like this is curiosity driven. There's no end in sight. So, but research, becoming a master, becoming a master by researching the mining industry, everything about the mining industry. And simple task A is something like becoming a master by researching everything about the mining industry. Will not solve any problems, but it we can make it faster to solve these two problems, and they should be related to mining somehow. Maybe not mining, but maybe you can pick researching something else. Researching AI. Researching data science. Yeah, that might be, but it's not as tangible as I want to keep it. I want to avoid information science, because that makes everything harder to understand. I want something that is more primitive to understand, something more primal. Becoming a master, learning how to build something, build like a guitar. Okay, task A. Learn how to change strings on a guitar, and the other task is change strings on a guitar. Here we go. Now coming. Now we're coming to something. Guitar. You can either learn how to change strings on a guitar, change strings on a guitar, try to change strings on a guitar, and here's the lever task that we want. But it's not the track lever task. Something that eliminates the guitar, something that makes everything easier. Can we do business mindset? Like yeah, I think we're gonna settle with that. Find a guitar mechanic. To fix the guitar. pretty clear. Task might be in this case to find a guitar mechanic, since that both makes it simpler to just by not needing to learn or to actually string the guitar, and it leaves you with a contact to so next time you don't have to find someone, you can just give the guitar to that person. Something like that. Did the music end again? Is that a whole hour again? Certainly I'm in flow when I'm working. But it is risk of being a leverage trap task. I don't think so. I think this is a foundation. It is a long-term goal. It is a foundation. It's a long-term goal to create these principles. It's a risk. It is a risk, but it's a conscious risk. Let's move a little bit. It's a conscious risk. That it might fail, but the potential benefits are huge. It will make me into a faster prioritization machine, which I will use in two specific cases, three cases. First off, when I work on the game and I scope what I work on all games. Because the problem is that I always deal with is scope creep and prioritization. If I have these methods incorporated, I might be able to eliminate scope creep entirely and just be a very efficient game developer, prioritization product owner. Secondly, by doing these principles, as I found out yesterday, or my hypothesis from yesterday, is that if I learn these principles enough that they are ingrained into my mind, into my non-conscious, then I can do these prioritizations much faster, and I can be more professional in any kind of communication, which means I will be very efficient in constantly knowing every second I should do this because of this reason, because this principle, because this principle. This is the most optimal choice to do. This is the most professional thing to work on right now, to focus on, to talk about. And these things should not be talked about. This should be talked about. This is what I should ask of and I should not ask this question, not ask this question. I should ask this question. This will derail and create distractions. This question will improve. Like, if you go back to the stream, like if you go through all the things that I've discussed, these principles are probably pretty good. They might be pretty good. So if I unconsciously do that, then I can have very efficient professional communication. And thirdly, I can use this in my personal life. Like if I just casually decide to do something, like going out with
garbage, or if I should go shopping, or if I should do this, or if I should that, then these principles will just simply, I will use them to be more efficient. This reminds me of some other another principle that I've been thinking about, which is hard, but I don't know if it's a principle, but it's more like a problem. Which is like the purpose of Gantt charts, which is dependability. Finding the source, the principle of source. Oh, is to focus on detecting dependencies and making sure you prioritize the source task, which is the first in line of all dependencies. It is a complicated principle that might need to be divided into several principles. First, all dependencies for tasks must be listed, or evaluated. This often reveals hidden work, tasks that need to be done that have not been listed before. Secondly, we consider several variables. Well, I guess we can, yeah. It's not too complicated. It's just that there's another one, or Gantt. First Gantt. Now I lost my template one. Okay, well. There you go.
look at a Gantt. This is to consider a Gantt relationship between tasks or several Gantt relationships or disconnected that are either connected or disconnected to each other to find the best starting point task of each source task. Source task. The first task of a Gantt relationship where a chain or network of tasks depend on each other. Source task is the only task without dependencies and can start immediately. Gang relationship. Yeah, the principle of source is to find source tasks. Find the source task. It's not complicated. Sometimes often there are many source tasks. Principle simply detects this. It's a categorization. So we have a collection. It's binary. Binary collection that either depend on other tasks or is a source task that can be started. Not first, but that's all the work that this principle is doing. I don't know the method to that one. I just detected that this is something that needs to be done. A principle. There needs to be a principle that can solve this. Several source tasks have been identified. Which one is the focus? don't need to ask a question. Several source tasks have been identified. You have a collection of source tasks to choose from. You have a collection of source tasks. That's a good problem trigger. This is the API. This is part of the API. We're gonna add this. This is gonna help connecting them. Where do we put that? Maybe in terms. No, we'll create a new. Simple API. Principal APIs. Each principal has, maybe we can put it input which has a problem trigger. This is the concept that triggers the potential to use the principle. Each principle also have a solution trigger. Solution trigger. The last couple of days I've been swallowing bubbly saliva and burping. I think it's when I don't eat. Enter. That's better. It's like I'm creating mental modules. It's like in programming, you create modules with APIs and you can connect them, or programs with APIs. I'm programming in to my own brain and anyone who decides to consume and digest this content. These mental modules, these scripts and programs. I should eat maybe in half an hour or something to make sure that I've eaten 4 hours before bed. I'm gonna eat all of my meals at once. That's gonna taste great. I didn't say that. a superpower. Okay, now let's see if it was some that I was working. If you have 100 completely tasks, what was I thinking when I wrote that? That is so interesting. I know that I was thinking clearly when I wrote it, and I have a sense like it's connected to the sense of completeness. What I meant is probably like you have a total. You have a total of 100 tasks, but that's not necessary to say. Asserting of first count and source. Yes, and I created the solution trigger, which I wanted to add to everything. Another reason why I'm working so hard on these priorities principles, that I'm kind of a really green flag on why I think it might be. I didn't finish the priming one? No, I just copied it and anyway, there is a huge green flag making the case of doing this work is that it has a thing that I've been thinking of doing for a long time. More than a year. I think 2 years I've been thinking of doing this. So I thought a lot about principles of prioritization, and I started like 1 or 2 years ago. I started to get fundamental ideas regarding like these principle ideas, fundamental ideas regarding prioritization, and understanding that if I practice them, then prioritizing would get even easier. And since I often come back to finding these principles, well, not often, but I don't know, a couple of times a year. But I haven't I've came up with this, like I've come up with maybe 20 principles or something. And I've recorded a bunch of them on my recorder. So I have an idea document with principles, or it's there somewhere. But I didn't remember to use them when I needed to use them, and I forgot about them. So that's why I wanted to write them down. in order to really clarify what they are and study them. So I am going to use them. Remember and study them. So I'm going to use them. So I'm using them. Now I have the solution trigger on template on everyone. And there isn't something like this from what I've studied. When I was asking about priorities, we have some rough, simple, we don't have this elementary anywhere. Not in this pure format. There are like principles all over the place. Like, I think in the Bible there are a bunch of mindsets that you can use for prioritization, for example. In Buddhism, in a bunch of religions, and then there are these simplified system like the SWOT analysis. We have the Gantt chart techniques for prioritization to visualize it, and then we have a bunch of them. And I want to, like, the goal is basically to go through all of them, and extract the essentials to make a kind of library of principles that you can combine them to create SWOT, for example, or combine them to make this, combine them to make that. So it's like a kind of a library of tools, like a toolbox of principles, which makes it easier for you to use first principles thinking to see what exactly what kind of priority principles should you be using, depending on the circumstances, how much time you have, what your goals are, your resources, the uncertainty, all of this. Maybe I can make it like a Git repo or something where people can add in principles. The ultimate goal of this document and the work going forward is to explore prioritization techniques and extract elemental principles from each one, detect similarities and distill all of the prioritization industry into fundamental building blocks that are practical and easy to use so that you can use first principles thinking and quickly get the right way to prioritize. create your own way. Custom. Your own custom. Why do I say own? That's a hype word. So that you can use first principle thinking and quickly create custom way of prioritization for this specific situation. Optimal. Okay, done. Now I'm actually going to prioritize my time schedule, because one thing I did yesterday which I didn't like was that I was too tired when I selected my exercise. I was too tired and I was hungry after doing exercise. No, I was full of food before doing exercise, and that limited me to what I could do. So, but at the same time, I think it was very good for my sleep to exercise and then shower and then sleep. But I want to make sure, like, maybe I'll have 3 hours between eating and exercise. So now it's 18 o'clock. 19, 20, 21. I can exercise at 21 and then take a shower. And then around 22, 23, I can go to bed before 23. That might be something. But I'm going to miss the golden hour. Like, it's not... I already kind of missed it. Or... not entirely, actually. I could probably create a small golden hour. No, today I'm not gonna create a golden hour. Maybe I'll create a small golden hour tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow I will go back. Yeah, tomorrow I will go back to my regular schedule of having golden hours, because today and yesterday I have been pushing myself to just continue working. Working. So I think I need a kind of resting period from that to recoup, to kind of consolidate that kind of way of life. And maybe I'll get back to it and continue with it, but I think there might need a resting time. The resting time might lead to higher cognitive abilities after rest than if I would continue pushing myself tomorrow and through the week. I think that's the case. Also, I gotta make sure I get more sleep. think. Okay, so I'm gonna make a time schedule. I'm done creating the priority principles. That's done. I might get back to doing things, but plan day. Plan day. It's nice, it offloads my working memory to use the technical aid of a screen that says the main topic. Now it's basically 18 o'clock and I think I can go to bed at 20. Actually, let's see. I can make a timeline until like 02. How many hours is this? 24 minus 18, that's 6, plus 2, that is 8. So 8 segments. Nineteen, 20, 21, 22, 23. This is kind of where I aim to go to bed or before. 0, 1, and 2. Okay. So 4 hours before. That means that's a good suggestion to eat now, because then I have 4 hours before bed. Can't see. Maybe I can aim this better. Yeah, that's kind of good. I'll eat now, and then 4 hours later I can go to sleep. This is a prioritization thing. This is a Gantt situation thing. Dependencies and time limits, time requirements, etc. And I wanna wait. Like, it's okay to shower right before bed. That was a good suggestion. And I'm going to do Qigong or something similar. So I want to at least half an hour, so I can go to bed 18:30, 22:30. So at 22 I take the shower. This pen is not. And then I want to have a rest of 30 minutes. So here's where I can end my exercise. 21:30, which is, if the Qigong is 30 minutes, then I can start my Qigong at 21. Then I have more than 2 hours of digesting period before I do Qigong. But I cannot do Falun Gong because that takes basically like 2 hours almost. Which means I guess this will be golden hour, but I will feel lethargy like at least an hour after. If I allow myself to rest, to eat and rest, then I get golden hour, but I was intending to not have that today. So basically after eating I will continue working. Maybe I'll do a break. At 20:30. That's my schedule. Eating, working, break, Qigong, waiting. Yeah, here's gonna be a break of waiting. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do there. Could go for a walk, but I should not go outside like after this period. I kind of should close my curtains already now to get rid of the sunlight, to build up more melatonin. Close. That's my plan. It's not entirely clear. It's not written in a good way because the pen didn't work. So the solution is either keep it like this or redraw. I'm gonna redraw. And then I just need until 22:30. So that's 4.5 hours. How many segments is that in half hours? 9. Nine half hours. Now I eat and then I work until 20:30. What? (2030) until 21. I have a break from 21 to 2030. Oh yeah. That's the plan now. I just have it available somewhere. Behind the screen. Then it's time to eat now. I'm gonna continue listening to the same music, to be in the same working mindset, to not get a break.
Now I've come to the jars. 4 portions left. This is 22, the next is 23, 24 and 25, and then I'm out of food. But on 26 I get money. So either I'll fast that day or
I'll buy money that day. Buy food that day. 4 pills of omega-3 since I ran out of olive oil. And I also ate some flax seeds, creatine, and rehydrate for the potassium. And in the kitchen I have the egg, but it couldn't fit in this jar. I'm gonna try eating directly from this jar. I don't know if it's worth it. I don't think so. Especially with a spoon. No, it's not worth it. There we go. Now I fit the egg as well. I feel like I need a break from headphones, which means I gotta take a break from music as well. But it doesn't mean take a break from work. I'm gonna have that open because I'll probably come up with some stuff to add. And oh yeah, I'm using the priority principles to prioritize what I should do, if I should watch the video or talk. And kind of the last thing that I feel actually subject is testing prioritization. Studio mode. Oh, yeah, studio mode. The last thing that makes me want to watch the movie is the kind of the finishing one. The finishing identity. But it is kind of I'm kind of avoiding heavy work, because going into the chat with AI, that's going to be a mental effort. Studying AI is such a mental effort. And I'm not going to convert this into principles right now, but there's something about the lightness of watching the video and the completion of a task that is so easy to just get it done, and then I only have one task left, and then I can use all of my working memory. I don't know if I've written this. I've written partly this, releasing working memory. Lessen the load on working memory. The principle of lessen the load on working memory. If I go into the AI chat, I also have to decide. I have to make a decision on the deadline. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. Without the olive oil, the apple cider vinegar makes the food too sour. I don't get why pieces of meat are kind of reddish. I cooked them for a very long time. I feel like they became red, and they're very thoroughly cooked. I think it's something like having it in the fridge have made some reaction and stuff, making the meat really tender. It is, I think each principle might have several connected methods. I'm just gonna write that. Might be true. Methods and principles. Principle is a guiding star. No, not like that. A principle is an ideal direction, and a method is an attempt, and one way to aim for that ideal direction. Principles may have several methods. There we go. Because I wanted to add here the principle of lessen the load on working memory, because that is a wide thing that can be done in several different ways. And in this case, task preparation or something, it's like, yeah, task preparation cost. The principle avoids task preparation cost until also avoids task preparation cost until enough tasks has completed to unlock to clear working memory for preparing tasks, like defining all states, online, deadline, time limit, etc. Yeah, that's the principle I've been using. That's the real principle. That's risk. By only using this, which is a higher risk if you constantly have problem with large to-do task lists, is that you only do work that feels easy rather than the work that needs to be done. Similar problem is with the digestibility principle. That's what it is. That's what it is. Lessen the load on work. What's gonna be crazy when I start to learn new principles that I haven't even thought of, that are like, whoa, this is good, whoa, that's good, damn. Now I have to put this on because I'm gonna watch that AI loop video. And I know there will be distractions in the video. and looking at this, all the interfaces and everything. Let's see what's going on. By the way, you will not hear this because copyright or whatever. And somebody comments, "You're still using beta agents?" Damn. You can do these things if you have money for tokens, for sure. Done. If I continue my epic priority principles, then it's AI race study, AI study chat. But I think I need like a purpose. Yesterday the purpose was very clear when I worked the whole day. Today, when it comes to AI race, AI study chat, like why? My plan suggests repeat knowledge from last time and read at last one new prompt and write prompts as questions come. The goal, I think, short term is to help me understand things in AI so that I become better at making the spec engine. My spec engine. Which I can use to write code faster. Godot code. It's about exploring granularities. Granularity. Yes, now I understand why I should do AI race, AI study chat. It's connected to root AI theory. Wednesday. I'm gonna work until 2030. So that's basically 1 hour and 30 minutes. 1 hour 30 minutes of AI race, AI study chat. What should I accomplish? I'm thinking directly it should be something regarding root AI theory and granularity, so I can create what I've been planning to do on the Wednesday, which is upgrade my root AI to create a research and dev spec agent from Quan. I think I'm gonna start with testing Quan and see if the computer breaks. How do I run a model? That's it. Do I have to write? Is that how I do it? Now, since this is local inference, I can talk as much as I want, which is totally crazy. I just realized that I need music in these for them to work, but I don't need them. But I do want music. What is the AI studies music? I have AI by AI music. It's this one. I don't know if this is the right one, but it's a good. This one connects my work towards the listen to this. It's calm and mysterious. It's not quite root AI, but it's AI by AI. When I came up AI by AI, so it's the music is kind of closer to it's less abstract than this music, less big and more focused, more narrow. There's a lot of technology here, a lot of mystery, a lot of discovering things to do. I'm gonna change the subject. The subject is AI, which it should be a subcategory of AI studies. Infinite Quen. This. Hello. Can you write a Godot script? Write a script that moves a 3D model with the arrow keys. It feels so refreshing talking to this AI, because all of the other AIs, they cost tokens, and this is just free. This is just free. This is just free. Now, what's kind of no? Actually, okay, what it says, how it works. Speak to touch the 3D node. Now, I'm gonna test the context. How big context do you have? Potentially I can make a talking agent. As an AI language model, I have a vast amount of information available with limited monitoring data algorithms. I'm not able to access the internet and external sources. Please look up a thing on the web for me. Check the web in here. It says it can't use. It cannot use because it's just an Olama model, but if it says it can't use, then maybe if I connect a tool, then maybe it might not be able to use. It is a coding agent. I don't think I should do AI studies. I don't think I should do general AI studies. Why do I have several? This is good long-term stuff. But I think it's better to learn, like, I made this document and I kind of regretted making it because it helps me repeat knowledge. And the repeating knowledge is bad for encoding specificity. So it's better to encounter these concepts when I need them. And instead work towards a goal. Project-based learning. So I'm not gonna repeat any knowledge. I might be able to get into this flow. But I'm reluctant to go into this flow because I feel like I'm not getting the practice with local inference AI, which is what I need. Yeah. I'm gonna change this. I'm gonna delete this one and following tasks, and instead I'm gonna create a new task, which is, it's not AI raised anymore. It's about root AI, local root AI theory for spec engine. Spec agent. And it's about Jörn Mysterium now. That's better. That's better. Much better. It's actually very good. I've been doing cognitive enhancement and thinking about protocol most of the day, which is the priority, which is the best way to improve, I think. And then rest of the day, golden hour, is working on Jörn Mysterium and root AI theory, local root AI theory for spec agent. Primes me for coming sprint days, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Good. But the question is, which chat should I keep? I want to speak planning agent. Yeah. Yes, this is good, this is good. All around, extended. Let's see. Okay, now let's go into the challenges of creating a planning agent. I'm thinking that the planning agent should probably be the first agent to make here is to create a spec agent. An agent that creates a system of several Godot scripts and writes specs for each of these individual scripts. So it needs to be kind of higher level thinking in this sense than a coder agent, but it still needs to kind of have mastery about some kind of mastery regarding architecture and the Godot engine. So I think it might be the same model, it might be Quen Coder, but that we are making a different prompt for it. But yeah, that's what I think we should do. What do you think? The 3 architectural challenges for a local 3D planner. The scene tree blind spot. In Godot 4, scripts do not live in a vacuum. They are tightly coupled to the node hierarchy. If the planner creates a script that uses get parents or expects a specific child component node, but fails to document that contract, the coder agent will guess incorrectly, generating broken code. The fix. The planner must explicitly output the required node type and hierarchy contract along with the script path. State and structural drift. I just realized I could potentially do some planning today for what I will do on the spec engine. Maybe that's what I'm gonna do today. State and structural drifts. A 3B model cannot maintain a massive global view over a prolonged conversation. If it designs script A, script B, and script C simultaneously, it will fail to align function signatures or signal connections between them. Fix. Force the model to output a strict flat structural contract, a directed acyclic graph configuration layout before any code is written. Godot for structural alignment. Left to its own devices, a generic code model will fall back to legacy deep inheritance trees. Yeah. For a decoupled agentic framework, you need to enforce modern Godot for structural design paradigms. Composition over inheritance, using small single-purpose nodes as reusable components. Hitbox velocity components. Data-driven design, leveraging custom resource files. For configuration data, stats in inventories instead of hard-coded direction. Dictionary scripts. Global event bus autoloads. Decoupling distinct architectural layers. Global event, bus outlaws. Decoupling distinct architectural layers via signal passing instead of direct hardcoded node referencing. Spec planning agent strategy. The spec agent should output a clean, parsable file list. Maybe I should make a loop. So convert your local coin model into a software architect. Spec agent should output a clean, parsable file list, where each entry specifies the file path, its base class, its dependencies, and its exact interface contract. Here's a blueprint for system protocol. You're a senior Godot. Let's try it out. Clear session. In Llama you give the system prompt and the user prompt. How the fuck? What? I should think about the input. Maybe I can move this to the TV and stand by the whiteboard. I think. I think I should test my system. Oh my god. Why can't I open that one? Modify the script to create a self-contained automated test script. Add export a float name, blah blah. Inside ready, print, blah blah. Implement check emoji, blah blah blah. Every time they can da 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 da. How many scripts will I need? Maybe 100? Make a script for a 3D car can be driven I need arrow keys. I wonder if it can handle that. Now I need to get to the Python project, understand how to input the stuff. What? Oh, it doesn't. Now let's see, I think. No. And not pi. And then how do I use it? It doesn't need an argument, does it? Everything is hard-coded. So I just need to do that. Oh, I gotta open the right, how to start working. Go to the root AI and then run this command. Good. It worked. Now it wrote into the file. Let's try it. errors. Degrees. This is how I worked when I did the house editor. Took a photo, send it to my AI. It figures out the solution. And it's much smarter than Quen. Quen might not be the right model, it might not be good enough. What do I do? Do I scrap it off the spec engine? I'm gonna make a new chat. Advanced Pro Extended. Oh, it's very similar. I don't like that it uses spaces. That means I can't do this. I can't. This is so annoying. And it would probably be an error. Oh, it actually is the right. Change it to, I don't know, maybe just a node. Like, I want the AI to figure out the hierarchy of all of this. What to create a scene. I think it's iteration that needs to be. I've been thinking too optimistically that AI can one-shot, or, well, if the system is much more bigger and much more thought out, then it can one-shot. But if it's not, and I have to make the system smaller, then iteration to get a better and better result might be a solution. But then again, if I actually manage to make a bigger system, that one-shots, then maybe we can ask Gemini to give a suggestion. Help me design an overview of all agents I need in a hierarchy to develop all the Godot files necessary. Make a hierarchy, show it as a graph, and make a table with the agents and what model they use and what input and output they have. That's not nearly as many as I think is needed. Maybe I can do 7B. I'm gonna try. Let's go down. Let's push one. That's running the game. Oh. Sandy. 5 minutes. What? Doesn't help. Got 4 agents. Architectural workflow breakdown. Director agent acts as a central router and execution boundary. It maintains a flat file directed acyclic graph DAG data project. It ensures that large tasks are chunked sequentially, so the local execution context window never overflows. Planning, spec planning agent translates a singular director task into a hard architectural contract. It determines if a feature requires a combination of custom resources, stress, a logical component script GD, and a node layout. It outputs strict text parsable blocks, mapping out interfaces, variables, signals, methods before code generation begins. Scene composition agent handles Godot structural file layer, generates or mutates the raw text format of Godot TSCN files. It configures node attachments, handles component composition, and connects node signals directly within the scene tree text parameters without breaking the scene file processing index. Coder agent leaf executor. Your currently functional layer. It works strictly in isolation inside its code fence boundary. It consumes a single interface spec provided by the planner. Takes from local Godot for syntax, alignment, and outputs the clean script payload. Thinking about this just makes me think like what I need to do is basically just eat less nutritional food and pay for Cloud API tokens or some other tokens, and then have that developed during July. And instead I would focus now on making the plan. This breaks the iteration plan that I made in Friday, Saturday. It makes me hyper agile though. We can still continue with the iteration once I get the API key, the funding. Or I just start developing without using my spec engine, and I just use Gemini to design and code. I think that might be the safest bet. No agent. Copy and paste. Print screen and paste. Create scene hierarchies myself. Director agent, quantum file coder. This is 7B. Director agent key inputs high level feature request, current project file tree, Git workspace status, orchestration plan, task dependency graph, individual task blocks. I need to check if this coder can create this. That's a good way to think about it, because if Quen cannot handle this, that means I have to handle it, or API key has to handle it. Examples for input and output for each agent in one case. Make it a table. Whoa, what's happening here? I didn't know Gemini could do this. What is this? Even if a task is small and easy to do and have a little context, the model still needs the training for it. I've been thinking that I only needed to solve this problem where the model is basically small, and what I need to do is take a large context and divide it into parts so that it fits in here. But even if I divide the context into several parts, there are tasks that the agent cannot do, even though it fits. It's outside their domain of training. And this is the problem I'm encountering now. I'm suspecting I will encounter this problem, because I suspect that Quen does not have like a architectural planning mind, or maybe other higher mind. Also, another thing is like my spec engine, I will not need it after the game is done, because then we will have much better tools to make games. It will be obsolete. most certainly, 100% certainly, I will not need it after the game is done. That is a huge piece of fact that changes a lot. Well, I still might need it. It might create higher quality. If maybe not. No, not the spec engine, but Atelier. If I create the Atelier, but the spec engine. The only purpose of the spec engine is to increase the speed of development. You can do so in two ways. One is unload time that I use to write code and unload my mind thinking about code, which will increase the quality of the game. Unloading my mind will increase the quality of the game, not the speed at which I write. But the other part is important, which is if I don't spend time writing, then I can write the code faster because AI writes the code. So I can write the code faster if the spec engine works. How do I know if the spec engine works or not? It either needs to iterate on the same code, on the same architecture, on the same... There are levels of granularity. What is this? Coder agent, planner, structural contracts, YAML interface generated above, existing file context and file. This, I think you format that stuff wrong. I don't understand what you done. Anyway, so this is an idea. Maybe there is already Is there a Git project with AI orchestration for writing Godot code using Qwen 2.5 coder 7v or similar sized models from Llama? I'm gonna try the 7 billion model now, see how it works. It works fine. 7 billion, no problem. Let's try it here. No. Let's try it here. No problem. I can run a better model. Let's look at the code. It's different. Spatial. Spatial. Let's see what error this was. Let's make a new one. Let's update this. Let's see if it works first. No direct errors. Let's add, I don't know what we should add. Okay. Is the model or something? Gonna need camera 3D. And we're gonna need something else. Some kind of node 3D. Oh. '3D model, or maybe this 3D can have shape, collision shape. Mesh instance 3D. That's what I think. A little prism. And then on this node we put the and then it should work. As long as I know UI right. It works. But it can only work, it only... Okay. Let's see if we can make a car. The new model. It should accelerate on forward and turn on the left and right keys. Easy. Now I have it completely different. Need to get rid of these as well. Let's go back to here to see. It's the sanitized version that should fix. Huh? Sanitize function seems to be longer. Yeah. Why would it... It has a definition inside and stuff? I didn't... Can I do like split view? Very good, very good. Everything is to see everything until here. Almost the same. This one has one more row somewhere. Here's the same, here, here, here. Oh, it's the row that I wrote. Okay, good. Let's just make another row there. same, 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 same. And here it adds here, force migration. Change its spatial to node 3. That's okay. /b/b. Let's try running again. It worked, but it has an error here now. Speed, data speed. Position. Let's see what error this is. I never had problem with my neck before from sitting by the computer. Something that occurred later. Maybe I'm not giving myself up right. Translation with position. Position. Maybe I should change the model to that. I'm using Quen 2.5 quarter 7b to write this script. Is there a better model on Olama I can use for Godot 4? Quen 3 code 30b. Where do I keep my specs? Okay, I'll try the 14B then. I wonder if it can convert. It didn't catch translation. Can't handle it. Nine gigabytes. now it's 22 minutes until it's a good time to quit streaming because it will be cut off regardless at 11:55 hours in, 11 hours 55 minutes in, and now it's 11:17, so it's around 40 minutes left. So in 20 minutes maybe I'll just start exercising, and when I'm done I'll turn off the stream. Now there's using RAM somewhere. Yeah, the computer's coming to a halt. But it's just downloading the model. Maybe I should close some programs. There's no need to use Quen if I'm faster using. There's no need, like I can compare the time to work with Quen where I'm manually write in an address to a file. I use Gemini to generate a spec. I send the spec to I copy paste the spec into Quen, and then I run Quen, and Quen might do an okay job or might not. Let's say it does an okay job, and then I'm done. Or it's not gonna make it, it's makes one version, and then I need to edit that, and then I copy that code, put the I give the code to Gemini to ask it for fixes. Then I copy the spec from Gemini into the Python code, and then I run the Python program with Quen, and Quen generates a new version. Or I ditch Quen altogether, I ditch Python altogether, and I just have open Godot, and I copy the code, paste it into or I ask Gemini for a script, paste it into a Godot script, and then it's probably done first try. Or if I want to change something, I copy the code from Godot and I go into Gemini and I say I want to change this, and then it changes this. There's no step of writing specs. Just Gemini writes the code through some discussion and architectural planning. Then I copy the code into the Godot scripts. It's a much better way to do it. At this point it's not worth to use my own spec engine. Even if I run out of tokens on Gemini. because I need Gemini to write the specs. Or well, I guess I can write the specs. Gradually it can become useful. If I fix the user interface or user integration or something. But is it really worth it? I don't think it is. Could try something like this. Do we have the model? Not yet. Godot crashed. That's not how you make a car. What kind of car is that? The most stupid car ever. But we got a rotation speed, let's half it. Might still be fun to use. It's way too fast still. Oh no, I lost it. add some light. Do we add the direction light? No. Yeah. The level light. They're reversed. Let's see how it handles this. The car is turning. Make the car turn left. When pressing left, and turn right when pressing right. Done. Now the computer is gonna get lagged up because it's gonna load up that model. Which fits my Qigong practice. Let's see what. Yeah. Now it's starting to break. Now we're online again. But pressing that. Now it's loaded. Everything is laggy. Hello, how can I assist you today? Feel free to ask any questions or let me know if there's anything specific you'd like to help with. Now we're gonna try the model. 14B. Now everything is gonna lag for a bit. takes quite a while. Done. It says it's just exactly the same code. Did it generate the exact same code? I need to clean up the Git part. I'm not gonna deal with that. I'm gonna deal with that manually. Or I'll add that later. What's there? Wait, what? Oh. Parse and write files. Okay, we're just saving there. Does it write files? Yes. Does a bunch of stuff. Go. It's strange. Did it look? Let's try it again. I think it might have not changed anything. Because I think I sent the code in. Yeah. The current left, press left, the right, press right. Oh, it might have changed it. The negative, maybe it might have changed the negative there or there. Because that's the job it got. That's quite good. Didn't change anything. That's freaking weird. Why didn't it change anything? The car is turning the wrong way. Fix it. I don't remember when I was thinking about it, if it was the last third Wednesday regarding root AI. That the AI doesn't need to talk in specs, in English language specs. It's different, it's a different training, but at the same time, like, being a senior developer is the same, like 100 junior developers that cannot learn anything. They just come in and they work. Is it possible to make them make something good without them learning from their mistakes? How would you as a lead handle that? Because that's where I have what I have. I have an infinite amount of junior developers, or less than junior developers or something. Quen is this. I have as many as I need. They cannot learn anything. The only thing that I can change is the prompt. The only things I can change are the system prompt and the user prompt, which is basically the same as the prompt. The only thing. And I need it to perform advanced design, architecture design maybe. Why would I create a file and have Quen populate it with code from a spec that I copy and paste from Gemini, when I can just ask Gemini, is it faster when I have the spec from Gemini? What is the fastest path to having that spec as a piece of code, as a Godot script? Is it to copy? Is it to ask Gemini to write the code, or ask a separate session of Gemini to write code, and then copy and paste that into a Godot script file that I make? What I need is the architecture. Which files, what do they do? And then I need the scenes. It didn't change anything. No, wait. Solved it. Managed to solve it. I'm still gonna have to develop in Godot, like probably making the scene hierarchy, making the camera, unless I can pay for like smart developer AI, like Claude or something in July. So basically, like the only task that it comes to again is to make money. so I can pay for the inference to pay AI to solve my problems. That's what it comes down to. This is a kind of fun car. Let's upgrade it with... I don't know what we'll upgrade it. I did a more advanced Godot project with wheels and stuff. I'm gonna ask. Okay. Let's just have a little fun and change this this mesh instance to something that looks like a car, a box. And then maybe we can even change that's more the size of a car. This is very fun. This is much more fun than a real car mechanic. But it's moving, turning too fast. But also not driving it fast enough. It's a very controllable car. Like there's no yeah. I guess I'll have a where do I document how I work?
Okay. I will have a Godot dev Godot workflow. Like version 1 of the workflow. That's just having Godot open and having Gemini, and then image print image, copy code, and they both go into paste into Gemini, and Gemini produces code that I copy. This is my previous workflow, and then I paste it. It's a very easy way to work. Simple. I print the image, print screen, when errors, send it in there, copy code, paste. That's for writing code. Or GD scripts, more specific. GD. But then we have the TCN file, where we have a bunch of nodes doing things. And we have my inspector that needs to fill in regarding the nodes. And then we have the positions of things in space, the initial ones. Scene file contains all that information. And the scripts go into the nodes. That's how it works. Now the music, that's perfect. Let's try. That's writing GD script version 1. That's scene file version 1 of the workflow. But what is the actual workflow here? With Gemini. I'll probably do print screen that I copy. What else do I copy? Can I copy TSN? TSN. Do test. Because if I can just copy the TCN file, send it to Gemini, and Gemini can send me back a TSCN file, then I can just copy and paste stuff. And then simultaneously, now that is not working. Godot workflow. Version 2 in this case for script. That would be a different way of working where I use 3 parts. I'd use Godot, I'd use Gemini, and then I use my script engine. And the script engine would write a file, but still I will get the spec, which I copy and paste. Copy, paste. And then from Godot I will get the same things, the print screen and the code and copy and paste. So this is just more work than this. But if I can automate some thing here,